I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for the work session, and we'll start with asking if any of the councilors have a comment on any items on our consent agenda. Okay, hearing none. Any councilor concerns?
No. I have one.
Okay.
I wanted to thank the staff and the city for all the work done on the Juneteenth celebration, and I was not able to attend because I was traveling, but I understand it was an incredibly wonderful event.
It was.
So thank you for all of that.
Ms. Mombert and the DEI committee.
Yeah, I understand it was just wonderful. So my only concern has to do with being sure that we recognize that today is actually Juneteenth, the national holiday. And I understand why we did not move our meeting. I understand why we didn't this year.
Right.
But I would like for the council to consider for ensuing years for the council to recognize this holiday and perhaps move our meeting to the Thursday in recognition of the holiday, mostly in recognition, so we recognize that it is a national holiday. The other reason is that just recognizing that some of our citizens are celebrating and they're not sitting in front of their televisions watching our meeting and being able to engage with us in our council meeting. So that's just my concern, and I didn't want to minimize the wonderful work and the event, but just ask that maybe in ensuing years that we consider that as a possibility.
It's an internal discussion that we had this year, but because of the length of time between when we had that discussion and the agenda items that were on tonight, we couldn't make it happen this year. We tried to, but certainly was going to be a conversation that we wanted to queue up with council about. So thank you for bringing it up, and staff is in total agreement and support if that's something council wants to do for subsequent years.
Thank you, and I think it might also be, as we check into that, I believe the holiday might be on June 19th in all years, maybe not always on the Monday.
Right.
And so we would, in our discussions, let's plan around that.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Yep.
Great point. So we will now go to our first item on the agenda, which is with the building division to talk about the unmanned aircraft systems.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of the City Council. My name is Dan Carlson, and I serve as the city's building official. I have with me tonight Carl Brown. He's one of our building inspectors, Building Inspector 3. Carl is also a licensed drone pilot, so excited to have him here. If you have any technical questions, I'm not a licensed pilot. I'll have to defer to him. So also have Graciela Garcia. Graciela is one of our employees. She recently graduated from Chemeketa, just earned her 2-year degree in building inspection technology. She's going to be our spotter tonight. So what we're going to do tonight, if I can queue up the tech and pull this off, we've got a lot going tonight on the technology front.
While you're pulling that up, I'd just like to inform council that Mr. Brown is the son of our former building official of 30-some-odd years.
Oh,
Martin
wow.
Brown.
Oh, that's cool.
So we try to have our employees have children and then come and work for the city as well.
It's easier said than done.
All right. So really what we wanted to do tonight is just give you an overall presentation as to some of this. I think it's just fascinating technology that's quickly coming at us. Wanted to give you the purpose of the presentation, an overview of the program, really give you some of the policy considerations that we're working through based on some best practices and other items, and then give you a live demo. So that's why Carl is here. So just to kind of work through this, I'm going to try to work through this quickly. I have a very limited amount of time, so if you don't mind, I'd like to just work through this. I've got some video interspersed through here, and then I'll open it up for questions at the very end, in between the time when we're transitioning from the end of this PowerPoint to Carl and Graciela doing the live demo. That's when we'll take questions, if that's okay. So the purpose of this presentation, as I shared it with some video with Brian, Manager Cosgrove, he said, you know, you ought to do this for council. They'd really get a kick out of this. And so hey, that's a great idea. And I was honestly pretty terrified to do that. And you might see why. Hopefully you won't. But really wanted to provide a level of transparency for you so that as you get questions and you see what it is that we're doing with drones, you know, because it has a little certain stigma that can go with it, especially drone use by government employees. You know, we acknowledge that that is the case. We wanted to be transparent about this. We wanted to raise awareness that this is, the way I look at this is like a tool in the tool belt. If I'm building a house, I've got all these tools in my tool belt. This is yet another tool for us as inspectors to do what we do and be more effective at what we're doing. And then provide you an opportunity for some questions and answers. So for the overview part of this, so why drones? And I'll apologize for the font on this. I'm not sure. When you click a link, it changes a different color. So but why drones? So drones are a tool, as I mentioned, that allow us to be much more efficient in our work. The drones is short for Unmanned Aircraft Systems, UAS. That's the short official terminology for it. So besides efficiency, and I highlight this in the staff report in your council packet, it's allowing us to save a lot of time with specific types of inspections. Inspections that be very challenging to access, inspections that might be, you know, somewhat dangerous or hazardous to access, and you're going to see some of that here in the video. It also is giving us a very high degree of accuracy in some of these inspections. It's just incredible. The ability to zoom in and zoom out and actually zoom into an installation, sort of like what you're seeing on screen here, is quite frankly, it's amazing. It's been a game changer for us. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a go. Okay, so this is Carl. This is the Black Creek Warehouse, just up the road on Garden Acres Road. It's getting close to final inspection. Carl's doing a little pre-flight check here, and that's something that's necessary. It's required. We are in this warehouse. The ceilings are close to 50 feet tall, so very challenging to access some of the points that we need in order to do our inspections. Typically, when we would do inspections up high like this in a warehouse, we would have to get in a basket or a scissor lift, put on our harness, our safety harness, get clipped in, you know, drive over to the location, get lifted up, kind of jockey around. Very time consuming. It can take 20 minutes, half hour just to get all that together. So you can see here, he's literally within the span of a minute, he's launched the drone, he's gone up, and I'm going to show you the pictures that he's taking with this drone, taken the pictures or done his inspection on his controller, and then landed it. So here he's going to come in for the landing. And you can see he's basically looking at the very back side of this unit heater up here. And for that inspection, we're looking at a lot of different things. We're looking at the vent, we're looking at the gas piping, we're looking at the anchorage of it, is it secure, all sorts of things. In terms of accuracy, This video here is going to show really kind of how accurate we're going to get. Now we're going to fly up, look at, these are rain drain pipes that are coming off of the roof. We need to do inspections of this, and so we're now going to look at what the controller is seeing and the ability to really zoom in on that rain drain pipe. It's pretty astonishing. And the level of detail that you can get. You can see the bolts, you can see if they're tightened, you can see, you know, the connections, the Fernco fittings, the plumbing fittings, whether or not they're secure, all within the span of, you know, literally that just took about 49 seconds. Pretty impressive. So the other thing that it's allowing us to do is really provide a higher level of customer service. So I mentioned in the staff report, we have contractors who, particularly like during final inspections when we were doing a roofing, there's really not a need for a contractor to come out to allow us to have access when we can fly a drone, launch a drone, do a flyover, verify, validate everything that we need to validate during that final inspection. Carl and I were talking, and it saves us probably in the realm of between almost 20, 25 minutes just to be able to do that one particular inspection. And we don't have to get up on have the contractor bring a ladder from across town, get up on the ladder. So you kind of get the picture. Really can be pretty time savings. And then the other advantage is in providing inspector safety. Before I go into that, I wanted to show you the backside of that unit heater. Here's what the drone was looking at. If I zoom in here, you're going to see the gas piping, the shutoff valve. Again, the same vantage point that you saw. We've got a drip leg. We've got the pressure regulator on the gas line. Whether or not you can even see the arrow on the bottom of it to validate that it's going in the right direction. This is the backside of that unit heater up close, and if we really want to get up close, we can actually read the sticker, the label on the side of that. That's the power of the magnitude of the zoom lens that we have on this particular drone. This is a fire sprinkler line, this line right here, that's running sort of at an angle. And you can see the red fittings. There's seismic bracing that we have to check out. Here's an up-close view of that seismic bracing just to kind of give you a better feel. These are important things to look at. Here's another vantage point of some seismic bracing as well. So from an inspector safety perspective, it's also allowing us to keep boots on the ground where we really need to. I'm going to skip forward here in the interest of time and go to right about here. This is the backside of a house that's on a sloped lot, very difficult to inspect, especially in the rain and the mud. You can also see the roof. It's at a pretty steep angle. Not really something that you want an inspector to get up on, especially, you know, in this time of year, it's maybe less hazardous as opposed to in the winter or spring when that's a wet surface. You know, we really don't want to expose our staff to that. But it's important to inspect. You can see here we've got some strapping that goes underneath the windows. We should be looking at all the nailing on the sheathing for seismic and for wind loading. We should also be looking at the nailing on the sheathing. This was taken by our first drone, so the quality isn't all that great. But if I had our new drone, which you'll see, the quality is just phenomenal. So that's just an example of surfaces that are allowing us to do inspections and still keep our staff safe. In terms of program development, we've had a one-year test program, pilot program, if you will. Sorry for the pun. We went and we actually went joint and purchased a drone with Parks and we shared the cost of that, and we just tested this thing out for a year, figured out if this was even a feasibility issue, if it was feasible or not. And we started to see all kinds of things that we could use it for. It's like, wow, this is really an incredible tool. We also spoke with a number of other jurisdictions like Clark County, Washington. They have a fleet of 6 that they use. Spoke with the city of Bend. They're also using drones for their inspections. So really did a great proof of concept, I think, and determined that this is a valid tool. Gleaning from some best practices, we also decided, you know what, we need to get these guys licensed because we're required to, by law, to have FAA 107 license. And then we're actively pursuing some policy development in terms of trying to formalize this program a lot more. And then there's the outreach part of it. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. So for policy considerations, we have, as I mentioned, we have Oregon Administrative Rule, we have FAA laws, that all of those have to, they provide us with the guidance that we need in order to ensure that we're not breaking any laws and that we're doing this in accordance with those guidelines. Not only do our pilots have to be licensed, but we'll be requiring them to go through some agility testing. This drone that we happen to have is actually a weatherproof drone, so we can operate it on a day like today when we're just not sure. The previous drone wasn't, so we were very limited in our ability to fly, which is about half of the year or more, you know. We have, you can see Mike, this is Mike Diddy, he was our first drone pilot. He has an actual vest that he wears saying, please do not disturb. That's pretty important. The agility testing there's some standards for this from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, some bucket scenarios that you set up and be able to demonstrate competence in flying abilities. And then we also are really mindful and sensitive about public privacy and privacy of individuals. Really, the way that I look at a tool like this drone is that this is our eyes and ears. And where it's not necessary to take photos or video, we don't do that. It's really there to be an extra set of our eyes and ears when we're doing our inspections in the field. So kind of an extension of our vision. The other thing that we run into with photos is records retention. You know, if we take a photo or a video, then we have to retain it. And we'd rather not do that. You know, that just, especially with videos, that adds to the size of our records. So. And then we have a flight log. So this is an example of a flight log that we keep. Check in, check out, where you're going, what you look like, what you're looking at, who's flying, and where they're going. We have pre-flight inspections, during flight inspections. So this is like a solar inspection that we're getting ready to perform, that Carl is performing on that rooftop. And then we also have contractor and resident communications that we're mindful of. So this is the City of Bend. They've developed a website. I really like this. It's a nice sort of a high-level overview of what the drones are, why we use them, and so we're looking to develop a page on the building division's website that's similar to this. So with that, that's just the overview. I've got a lot more detail in the staff report. Happy to sort of now work through and do an actual demo, if you're curious. So Carl, we've got Graciela. I think I can't see her, but I think she's out there. So are there any questions while we sort of transition?
I wasn't aware that you use the drone inside. I thought of inspections like on roofs and exteriors outside. So that was really interesting. The other day I was driving past City Hall and I saw a drone out in the field. Was that you guys practicing?
I don't think so.
I don't think yesterday?
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was this one, then it was.
Anyway, and I was curious, how much do they cost?
So the costs are in your staff report. The total to date of our program, we're right at about 18,000. The big one that you're going to see, the weatherproof with the zoom, comes with a light, that one was right under 14,000. So, yeah.
When you're at optimum, how many drones do you think you need?
I'm hoping that we don't need more than this. I think this, right now, this is really satisfying the need. Because we have 2 inspectors full-time. We're able to sort of coordinate and check in, check out, so.
Yeah, I have a question. Mine was really around the capability of the drone, and I know that when you have real live inspectors, what they see with their eyes is not necessarily the same as what the drone sees. And so I wondered if the capability that we have is able to either move it to CAD or to 3D. Can you get it? Can you do that?
The capability of the drone, you're absolutely right. There's a certain, as an inspector, there's a certain sensory element that you bring to that inspection. And we're very mindful of that. Where we can do a physical inspection and it really makes sense to do that, we still do that physical inspection. We're not getting rid of that. But there are certain inspections that don't need, your other senses. They're just purely visual. And there's a level of hazard and safety that goes with that inspection that we can mitigate through using a drone. So those are the instances where we really engage the drone. It's like, okay, this makes sense. Other instances it doesn't, because you're using your smell, you're using your, what you're feeling, your hearing, you can hear things, especially mechanical equipment that maybe not be working right, the fan may be out of balance or something like that.
So without having, and I don't know whether this drone has that capability of moving to 3D modeling or whatever, but let's say that an inspector was using the drone and maybe wanted to have one of the other inspectors look at the feed to see, are you seeing what I'm seeing? So, or do we need to do something?
Exactly what we're going to show you tonight.
Okay, so you do have the capability of recording. But don't necessarily keep that beyond the decision-making process. Is that correct?
Right. There has to be a business need for that recording.
Yeah.
And that has to go through me.
Okay.
As their building official, so there's sort of a checks and balances there.
And then I think you mentioned this in the staff report. The insurance for this is a little different than what we have had in the past, correct?
It's covered through our general policy, as I understand. But we do have to have, there's some criteria to it. We have to have a licensed pilot. And that's one of the criteria. So we could not fly with an unlicensed pilot and expect to be covered.
Sure. And it seemed to me then the other thing is that Public Works might like to use some of this technology too.
We have a lot of people who want to use this.
I bet they do. I bet they do.
Yeah.
I mean, really, when you think about where they go sometimes down the side of a hill or, someplace like that to look at construction that's being done down in a culvert or something like that might be.
That's going to be part of our policy development in terms of how we expand this and the uses that are allowed, because we really have to be careful about expanding that use too much. It's really a tool that's intended for building inspections.
So is this laser scanning that it does, or is it's strictly camera? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, so
I do have a quick question. Well, with a spouse who spends a lot of time climbing up on roofs on 5-story buildings without protection, I don't want to know the days he does that. This drone, I can see this drone have so many great purposes, and particularly removing that so then you can alert and say, we need to look at this much more closely. That way you get it up in the cherry picker or something like that. But I do have a follow-up question that ties to that, because you are taking those photographs and they are record, do you need to maintain them for the life of the building because it could have a forensic role at some point down the road?
It depends on what the building is. If it's a single-family dwelling, then we're only required to retain it for 2 years. If it's a commercial building, then we are required to retain it for 10 years. And if it's a commercial building like a city hall or a fire station, ambulance facility, then that's required to be kept indefinitely.
So are these being used by structural engineers? Because I think about structural failures, and sometimes those failures are pretty significant, and that becomes a major forensic
Sure.
concern.
I don't know that I have an answer for you on that.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So let's go ahead. If there's no other questions, I hope we're doing okay on time. Okay. Carl, you want to fire us up here?
Let's see if it works. So I've already performed a pre-flight checklist or checkout there. So it should just actuate. You need to go to the other. Is that it?
The other share screen?
Ooh, can you refresh it, the page? Should work. Oh. Try refreshing again. It must have came off while we were waiting.
There we go.
are. So this is just outside. And you can see what I'm seeing. This is exactly what I have on my remote here.
Can you click OK there and get rid?
Oh, yeah, I could here. So we have camera right now. This is FPV, so you can see the rotors turning. This is the other camera that's on the gimbal, and I can move it around with the controls here. So first off, I'll just start by taking off.
Home point updated. Map to confirm.
If it's beeping, it's because it's a proximity alarm, likely. So disregard that. First, I'll look at this new roof we have here.
Doesn't that look good?
It's shiny new.
First time I've seen it.
Did you just finish mopping it?
Finished replacing it.
Okay, so we can kind of use the wide angle to get in on an area, and then I can zoom in and then swap to the zoomed camera. And I can see the same thing that we saw in the other video where we have a shutoff, a drip line, and a regulator on this existing unit on the rooftop. Something that we'd be doing on a normal inspection might be to inspect the curb itself, the flashing of the roof, to confirm that the unit is the correct unit for this plan or for this building. And you can see how you can easily read, labels.
Wow.
That's Spanish there. Maybe we can find another language.
That's why we have Graciela.
But you can see how we kind of can look at a number of different things.
Oh my gosh, so the drone did not move during that time?
No, that was all through gimbal.
Correct.
Yeah, this is all just a zoom effect. We can look at things like this windscreen, or the fact that this got left open, or whatever it might be. Oh no, never mind, I was looking at the wrong thing. But we could just see here just various things that I might have to look at during an inspection and find issues.
Yeah.
But you can see why some citizens might go, what's this all about? Cities flying drones over our houses, they're looking in our windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a conversation that we've had a lot, and we're very conscientious of that.
So if you are going to do an inspection in a residential area, how do you notify the neighbors?
So we're not really notifying the neighbors, to be honest with you. What we're doing is we go to the property, and what we're trying to show you here with this particular is just the capability of what this technology is. What we do is go to the door of the person that we're inspecting, knock on the door, make them aware. Hopefully the contractor's already made them aware. That isn't always the case, so we just double check and make sure. And then we go ahead and, get their permission to use it and then fly. And that's pretty much what we do. I mean, we've had a couple of solar inspections, Carl can tell you about that, where we go and knock on the door, hey, are you okay if we do a flyover with the solar? Again, we're not recording, so we don't have public records issues, but we're able to get up on our roof, really steep roof, do a solar installation inspection, up, down, within the matter of a couple minutes.
Cool.
I have seen a nearby house having a drone take video for a real estate sale.
Oh, yeah.
And so it does get your attention, but they're not required to come tell all the neighbors they're going to do that.
Okay, all right, so I'll just,
Same kind of thing.
All right, any other questions?
Excellent. Well, Counselor, go
I
ahead.
think the website's a really good idea.
well,
Council President Akarbal, did you have a question?
All of a sudden,
yeah, you're listening.
I'm so glued into the screen here.
It's just going to fly right back down.
Okay, out the window. I did have one question. I noticed in the packet materials that there was some comment about how this technology, which I do appreciate how you're using it in a very thoughtful way, but yet still embracing that technology could advance, some of the work of your department and your group. But there was some reference about how this technology might be helpful after an extreme event
Yes.
or emergency response kind of situation. And I thought that was great foresight, and even, a better strength that the city would have people licensed and prepared and trained if it did come to a situation where we needed to use that in some sort of a response to gather material and make better decisions and information and all of that sort of thing. So as you develop your policies, I think it's important that we keep that in mind, so that use is available to us if we are faced in a horrible disaster event that we need to be able to respond to, that's outlined or allowed in the policies, because I can see how that would be a big asset.
Yeah, there's a definite emergency management component to this that would be,
And actually, big shout out to Martin Montalvo
Yeah.
for that, our emergency manager. He actually got us into this training. We were the only building department. It was free to us. It was a week long. We sent Mike Diddy, he's our other licensed pilot, and he completed the training. So we're very
Insurance
fortunate.
companies use them for disasters, follow-up.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
That was a great overview. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove, for arranging it, and
you building
to our
department.
staff. And so that brings us to our next item for the work session, which is Town Center Urban Renewal Feasibility Study. And with this report, we do have an opportunity to celebrate. No, that's our next section. Okay.
But we still want to congratulate.
In the regular meeting. And so
That's in
if you
the
could
urban
preview that we don't know how many people we will have
Right.
at that time. So we'll see if we might just have a short break and then take our cupcakes and continue, or decide to break. So,
You get 2 doses of urban renewal tonight. If I can get it going.
Only sit here for executive session. Am I supposed to be over here?
No, I think she's good, right?
Yeah, Elaine, that's good. That's a better place for the cameras, I think. No, right here.
work session.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor and council. Council. My name is Matt Lorenzen. I'm the city's Economic Development Manager, and I'm joined this evening by Elaine Howard of Elaine Howard Consulting. Elaine is on a team of consultants. Her teammate is Nick Papanuk, who has a firm called Tiberius Solutions, and they're assisting us with this feasibility study. And Elaine will speak more in a moment, but I'm going to kind of tee that up for you first. Let me stay on this slide for just a moment. For the benefit of anyone who may be watching who's not steeped in all things urban renewal, and for the benefit of new councilors or just anyone who maybe could benefit from a very brief review, I would turn your attention to the background section of the staff report that's been provided. I don't like to read from a staff report, but this is a paragraph, and it's short, and I would like to read it just to set the stage and provide context for what we're going to be discussing here. Urban renewal, also known as tax increment finance, or TIF, is a public finance tool used by cities and counties to cure blight by supporting new development and redevelopment through the reinvestment of tax increment within a defined geographic area. When a new urban renewal area is established, a boundary is defined, and the tax revenue derived from the assessed value of properties within that boundary is frozen in time. Taxing districts receive the same annual tax revenue from the properties within the boundary for the duration of an urban renewal plan that governs the urban renewal area, which often can be 20 or even 30 years. As assessed value typically increases year to year over time, and as new development and redevelopment create new assessed value within the urban renewal area, those tax dollars, the tax increment, are divided from the frozen base and set aside for urban renewal. The tax increment funds are used to pay for public projects and other programs that support new development and the overall revitalization of the urban renewal area, or sometimes called curing blight. So that's the context for our discussion. Additional context that's more specific to Wilsonville is that you're fully aware of the town center plan and all that has gone into putting that plan both in place and now implementation. In 2022, the city completed an infrastructure funding plan in order to discover what sources of funding may be available to support the construction of necessary infrastructure to support new development and redevelopment within the town center area. A number of different funding sources were explored, and among those were urban renewal. This slide here, I hesitate to say this, but I'll say it anyway, disregard the numbers. But the takeaway from this slide is that what we learned through the infrastructure funding plan, and specifically around the urban renewal piece of that infrastructure funding plan, is that even when we look at SDCs and other sources of funds, there's a gap that still needs to be filled, or there's a shortfall of funds in order to build out the infrastructure that's required to realize the vision of the town center plan. So one of the findings of the town center infrastructure funding plan was that urban renewal should be explored in greater detail to determine whether or not it would be feasible to stand up a new urban renewal area to close that funding gap and provide the funds necessary to support the infrastructure build out. We also completed in 2022 a new edition of the Urban Renewal Strategic Plan. You see here that we had one previously that was written in 2014. The 2022 document is an update to that plan. It provides us citywide vision and policy guidance for how we use urban renewal and where we use urban renewal presently and into the future citywide. One of the findings and recommendations of the strategic plan was that urban renewal feasibility ought to be explored in greater detail in the Basalt Creek industrial area, and then more relevant to our conversation today, town center. So two adopted plans of the city pointing us toward the study of urban renewal in greater detail as a support and a funding mechanism for town center. So that leads us to today. I'm here to provide you, as it says on the cover sheet, information only. There are no decision points at this point in time, but we want to let you know what we're up to, the progress that we've made with this study, and what the next steps are and what you can expect to hear from us next. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it off to Elaine Howard to lead us through essentially the balance of the presentation.
Thank you. I'm Elaine Howard. My firm is Elaine Howard Consulting. I've worked with you for, 15 plus years with the city of Wilsonville. So I'm happy to be back to help you look at this potential urban renewal area through your feasibility study. I'm working on this with Tiberius Solutions, and Nick Papanek and Ali Denko are the key people with that firm. The feasibility study is to look at the potential of urban renewal as a financing tool to help complete the infrastructure within the town center area, and to be able to present the city council with the information that you need to make the decision on whether or not you want to send this issue out for an advisory vote. So to gather that information, to present it to you, and then have you decide, and we'll look at a timeline as we go further down through the slide deck. The components of the feasibility study were first to define a boundary to review, because without a boundary, we cannot do the projections of the tax increment revenue. So we have to do those based on a specific boundary. To assess and document blight, a lot of that work was done through your town center study and through the infrastructure study, and then we will just reuse that information and tie it to those definitions of blight that are in ORS 457 that define what blight has to be to establish an urban renewal area. We're working with your staff to do a preliminary identification of projects and programs, and again, most of that information comes from your existing documents. We'll complete a financial analysis. That financial analysis will give some sidebars on what amount of money could be expected to be raised through the urban renewal area, and then we'll look at a bit of the political feasibility of establishing an urban renewal area within your city for the city council then to consider as you decide whether to move ahead once the feasibility study is completed. This work is all being guided by the Urban Renewal Task Force. Council President Ackerval is the chair of that task force. She was the chair also when we did the strategic plan update. She is very well versed in all things urban renewal in Wilsonville, so she is leading that group. The task force is comprised of other taxing districts, so Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. The community college was at the last meeting. The school district was at the last meeting, and Clackamas County is participating really for one of the first times in a long time in the effort. It also has members of your local business community and developers who are interested in working within the area. So that task force is giving us input on all of those components of the feasibility study up above, and then we will go through a timeline. So next slide.
And I would just add that there are also residents on the task force as well.
This is the feasibility study timeline. So we've had both meetings 1 and 2. So the meeting 1 was just a general introduction where we looked at the potential boundary. That was May 30th, June.
It was June 14th.
Thank you. June 14th, we had our second meeting where Tiberius Solutions was able to look at from that boundary, and we'll look at the boundary in a next slide, look at the potential sidebars, financial sidebars. We have this briefing tonight with you. We will have another task force meeting in July to look further at some financial analysis refinement and to then look at how that addresses the project needs within the area. We have another scheduled city council update on July 17th, and then a fourth meeting of the task force to review all of the information and make a recommendation to city council. And then on August 7th, another presentation to you to go over all of the findings of the feasibility study and to present you the information for your decision on whether or not to refer for an advisory vote. If you do make that referral, that would come up in November, and that August 7th date is the date by which you need to make those decisions. If we wait till the September meeting, we are too late. So that is why we are moving fairly quickly. If voters give you the advice to move ahead and a plan is created, that adoption would be potentially in 2024. If the final adoption is before October 1st, it's based on a different tax roll than if you adopt it after October 1st. And if you adopt it before December 1st, you get your first year of tax increment a year earlier than if you wait. So those are your two key time frames after that November advisory vote. And our recommendation as consultants generally is to adopt before that October 1st time frame. So that is what we've talked about with the task force. If you're able to do that, your first tax increment financing would be available in fiscal year 2026. And if you do that, so that's October 1st of 2024. And if you do that, you are doing that with the frozen base of the area based on values as of January of 2023. So it gives you the best ability to freeze those values at a little bit lower rate so that any increase in those does go to the Urban Renewal Agency. This is the boundary that we're looking at. It is a little different from the town center boundary, and that is because we have taken in some properties, the commercial properties to the south of Wilsonville Road. Those are important because in the town center area, there are a number of intersection improvements there on Wilsonville Road that will impact those properties to the south. And then when we discussed this with the task force, we also felt that there were properties there that over a time frame of an urban renewal area, 25 to 30 years, would probably redevelop. And that both because of that transportation network and the infringement on some of those properties and the fact that they also provide those commercial services, we thought it was important to improve those boundaries. This is the boundary we looked at for the preliminary financial information. If when we get this back to the task force with some refinements, they feel like that boundary either needs to be reduced or expanded, we'll work with the task force on that and bring that information back to you. Next slide.
What about the boundary over to the left? On the west
To the
side,
west.
where it crosses the freeway?
Can you go to
Yes, that is the pedestrian bridge. And then from the pedestrian bridge, it is the area really that, maybe Matt, you can explain it better, that would tie in to allow that pedestrian bridge, so kind of the landing for it?
Yeah, the alignment of the bridge, of course, is just across the freeway, but on both sides, there are basically run-ups to the bridge and landing areas. And so what that arm that you see that goes across and then vertically or northward, that's the run-up to the bridge, the landing area.
And at the time you actually would adopt an urban renewal plan, that would have to be defined and in a legal description. This is conceptual here, so that it's not saying precisely, but it is generally within the area. The financial scenarios that we reviewed looked at potential durations of 25 years and 30 years. We looked at 3 different growth scenarios. The information that was provided for those with information based on growth projections within the infrastructure refinancing funding strategy that was just completed by FCS Group. So we use that as what we're calling the medium preliminary baseline forecast. And then we thought it was important because we're going to be refining that to provide the task force with other sidebars of a low forecast that reduces those construction estimates that FCS Group provided, and then high forecast, which would say, well, what if this happens much more quickly than we're thinking? So Tiberius Solutions ran those forecasts, and that'll be on the next slide, just to give sidebars to the task force of the potential capability within that area. So you can see there are 3 columns for 25 years, the low, medium, and high, and 3 columns for the 30 years, low, medium, and high. The net TIF revenue is the first row of numbers. So I know there are tons of numbers here, and I'll go through those with you so that it's not quite so complicated. So net tax increment funding is the total amount of funding that is projected over a lifetime of an urban renewal area that includes interest on debt. So the maximum indebtedness, which is the next row down, is the statutory required number that you put in any urban renewal plan that limits your urban renewal plan to a specific amount of money. By statutory definition, that maximum indebtedness does not include interest on debt. So that's why that net TIF number is higher. That net TIF number is that actual number that is the impacts on all of the taxing districts, including the city itself. So that's how much money would be foregone. When we're looking at foregone revenue, we always want to remember that this money is if you are able to put that infrastructure in and development happens. So if you don't do that and development happens in a different way, those revenues that those taxing districts would get are much lower than the revenues. And later when you hear about your year 2000 plan, it will give you that true information about what those impacts of urban renewal can be in an urban renewal area. The number that's really most important to decision makers we highlighted in yellow, that's the capacity of that area for funds in 2023 dollars. So when we're looking at projects, we're looking at projects and costs that are 2023 dollars. So to compare those costs to the amount of money that we might have, we need to also look at those in 2023 dollars. So that's what that money could buy today, knowing that you'll actually get that money in over 25 or 30 years, and those dollars inflate over years. So if you look at in a 25-year time frame what that low scenario might be, so growth minus 50%, it's about buying $18.5 million worth of projects. The median scenario, which is built upon the FCS Group projections, is about 37 million over 25 years. And then if we think that growth assumption could be increased, depending on how much you increase, that could be up to about $55.5 million. If you go an additional 5 years, those numbers increase dramatically. So the capacity on the low growth scenario is 26.5 million, on a medium scenario 52.7 million, and a high scenario of $79 million. When you look at the rows below, they split that amount of money into 5-year periods, and you can see that the initial 5 years of any urban renewal area, there's also always not a lot of money to be spent, and that's because you're really looking at getting some of that infrastructure in and making that development happen. And your amount of money that you're getting in is typically just that 3% increase on existing assessed value and a little bit of new development. Those numbers can go up if you figure out a way to front load your urban renewal area. So if you're able to use money from the state infrastructure fund, or if the city of Wilsonville is able to get grants or other funding sources that the urban renewal area can borrow to do things earlier. These projections are based on just using that tax increment revenue stream itself, so not getting other funds to front load. So these are divide over the years, and you can see it's a pretty stable amount of money depending on which scenario you look at. And when you look at the 30 years, you can see there's an extra $5 to $17 million that you could get depending on which growth scenario you look at. What we are doing now is over the next couple of weeks, we are going to be meeting with your city staff to help refine what scenario we should use for the low, medium, or high, and the assumptions that were in the documents that we drew from to center on specific assumptions for the feasibility study. So these just give us ranges, and we will be bringing those ranges closer together and using one specific set of assumptions as it moves forward to the city council. Next slide. This just shows those results in a little different form. So you can see that the light blue behind shows the money over time. It starts out low. The big bars that you see are when you are projected to have some capacity to do a long-term loan or issue a bond. So fairly early in an urban renewal area, you might be able to issue a smaller bond. And you can see as you go over the years, you're able to issue other bonds. So smaller bars are just doing what's called spend as you go. So it's not issuing a bond, but it's using your tax increment revenues as they come in annually. So typically the last bond is issued, somewhere between 10 and 20 years before the end of an area, and you're doing short-term borrowings until an area reaches its maximum indebtedness. These are the projects. All of these projects came out of your town center plan. They are not listed they're listed in priority 1, 2, and 3 projects, but within those areas, they're not listed in priority order. They're just listed in numerical order as they were within the plans. So you can see that in the priority 1 projects, those are the projects the city believes should be done first to help incentivize development within the area. So those are the I-5 pedestrian bridge gateway, Park Place redesign from Town Center to Courtside Drive, Park Place extension from Courtside to Wilsonville Road, Courtside Drive improvements, Park Place to
Center Loop East.
Thank you. Wilsonville Road intersection modifications and the promenade. And I don't know how we're doing on time, so I'm not going to go through those other projects. You can direct me back there if you need me to. I'm trying to be careful of your time.
Yeah. And that's our last slide.
Oh, that's the last slide.
Yeah.
So we wanted to leave you some time for any questions that you might have on the study or the process, and then we can go through the other projects too if
I have
you'd
a
like.
question on the process and the study. When the priorities were set, who were those set by and when were they set?
These priorities were created by city staff and brought to the task force for their review.
Okay. Are they adjustable?
Yes?
Okay. The reason I ask is that I know that we've received correspondence just in my short term on council that seems to come up on a regular basis regarding what some citizens consider an area of blight, which would be the Fry's building. Mm-hmm. It always comes up. And it doesn't appear to be on this where you would potentially have set aside funds to purchase that and redevelop that or change that area somewhat. And if you look at the boundaries, it's a pretty significant footprint within that area. What type of discussion has been going on within the task force regarding that?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question, and it's a great question, in my opinion. So I'm trying to get to that boundary. Here it is.
You were there, yeah.
Well, and I could land on a bunch of different slides to speak to, but so when we looked at okay, I'm going to change. We're looking at a wide range here, from $18.5 million all the way to almost $80 million of funding capacity. We've really got to bring that into focus to know what amount of money we're trying to manage over what period of time. And that's our objective over the coming weeks, and we'll certainly do that. The point I'm trying to make is simply that if we're in the $30 million range, there's probably not enough capacity to be acquiring the Fry's property, or to be creating incentives for someone else to redevelop the Fry's property, for example. We're going to be strictly focused on infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons I asked, because when I look at that funding, and then you build the Fry's property into that eats up a significant percentage of that funding on one single project. All that being said, it's also a significant amount of the footprint within the urban renewal area. So I think that should be at least addressed in writing as to why or why not that's included. And I totally understand where you're coming from, and I would agree with that, that it almost has to be a set aside.
Yeah, and if there was energy and interest from the council, we would certainly bring that to the task force. That communication doesn't have to be strictly task force to council. It can go both directions. So if that's guidance that you wanted to provide tonight, we would absolutely add that as a discussion agenda item in our next meeting. How does the Fry's site figure into this funding equation?
And that could come in one of two ways, as you've suggested, an outright purchase, or it could be a set aside of X amount of dollars to do internal improvements to the site that would make it a incentive for a developer to develop it in vision with the town center master plan. So it doesn't have to be all or nothing. It could be something in between.
And the thing that, a few months ago, I gave a presentation to the council about this concept of acquiring and repositioning property and disposing of it for private redevelopment. The trickiness, but also the nice thing about a project that fits into that box that I just described is that there's a significant expenditure, but there's also a significant realization of program income that comes back to the program when you dispose of the property, assuming you don't donate it for free, which I don't think would be necessary. And that would figure into all of these calculations of timing and so forth as well.
So if that is of interest from council, that's some feedback that you could give to Mr. Lorenzen to take back to the task force to have a discussion about Fry's. And you can put parameters on that discussion if you so choose, or just say, just have the discussion.
I'll give some more information too about the task force meetings that we've recently had. I think in our last meeting, there was quite a bit conversation about that project list, and it kind of veered into, but what about this project before that project, or what's the order of the projects? And that's a tricky conversation, and of course, there's many different views on, what chicken before the egg, kind of all of that sort of thing, too. And we were reminded that actually this, and please clarify or correct me, but this process, we are wrapping our arms around what that project list looks like, what the potential capacity looks like, but we're not slating individual projects to happen in year 1, year 5, we've got that graph with the spikes, and we can imagine that groups of work is happening, during perhaps these intervals over time, but it's not defined to the point where we're saying this particular project number will happen in year X, or even a sequence of this one will happen first before that one, or that's a separate project process. That's outside of what we're doing here.
That's correct. That doesn't usually happen in a feasibility stage. That happens more when you're developing your actual plan after you've gotten that input from the citizens.
So, in effect, and I agree with where you're going. I just want to make sure that we're on the record that we haven't forgotten that area, because it's so, the visibility is right there. If it was set back further, it likely wouldn't be as much of a conversation element.
And I'd go a step further to say that the potential for new tax increment generation is tremendous at that site. So there's a huge opportunity there as well.
So is it possible, and this is more of an education from me, is that we move down the path with urban renewal, and that we would actually do a set aside that would not be part of urban renewal, where it would be separate and distinct funding, whether it's through a bond or something along that, for just to educate me.
For Fry's?
Yeah, just educate me, would you?
Well, I think the only funding source that would be possible is urban renewal.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if I'm not mistaken, there is an alternative, and that is zoning. To change the zoning in some of the areas here, which would allow for maybe development, but not necessarily funding.
The zoning has already been done through the town center master planning process. Are you talking about for Fry's? Yeah, it's all been rezoned. So that's one of the things that keeps things like Home Depot from purchasing that property is because they can't meet the standards.
Right.
The feedback we've received so far from the development community on that site is that the zoning is not what's prohibitive, it's relationships and it's the cost, frankly.
It's the asking price.
No.
Can I make one more comment? I appreciate you calling out Fry's in this concept of where is blight too, right? And that is maybe one of the most obvious ones, and that's why we hear from community members about that. But I wonder if you, in your presentation tonight and in ongoing conversations or presentations that we have, if you could help define what blight is, because I think that word carries a lot of like weight or ideas, and urban renewal can be pretty complex, and I think that can also lead to some misconceptions. And there may be some people that think, Wilsonville's a pretty nice city. Like, how is this really measure up? How is this the appropriate tool? And I know that we're on the path to decide that collectively, but blight is a word that could, I think, lead to some of those misconceptions too. So I wonder if you could take a moment and just in our future conversations, if we could really open that up and clarify it.
So thank you for that question. Blight is specifically defined in the statute that covers urban renewal, and it gives a number of different instances of blight. When you look at this area, you can see very large parcels that are developed in a form that is not consistent with your town center plan. So the parcel sizes are too large. There's not an infrastructure network within the area that provides for those to develop. So the specific instances of blight that fit this particular area, there is a very specific call out of lack of adequate streets and utilities. That is one instance of blight. You only need one of those conditions of blight to establish an urban renewal area. And that particular instance, and we don't have this tonight, but when we bring this back to you for final decision and go through blight, we'll be able to overlay what exists now in the transportation network versus what's desired in that transportation network, and you can see that that doesn't exist at all, and those transportation changes are not affordable without creating an urban renewal area, at least not affordable in the short run. So that is the main condition of blight that this area meets. There is another condition called underutilization of property. That is definitely clear within this area. So you have all of that parking lot that you don't want in your downtown. You want mixed-use development and an active community. And that property within that area is totally underutilized. So those are the two conditions of blight that are specifically stated in the statute. When the statute was originally adopted in 1959, blight was used in a different way, but this definition of blight was established at that time. And so we as urban renewal practitioners are still using what was defined as blight now, but we're addressing different circumstances throughout our cities. And so we're addressing trying to make town centers, we're addressing affordable housing in many cities, which isn't a condition of blight in the statute, originally. So we are using the statute and looking at what is there and then able to tie that to conditions in 2023 and 24 that weren't even thought about in 1959 when the statute was written. But that's what we still have to work from.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Other questions?
Excellent presentation, thank you.
Yeah, and we'll be back in a month with more information.
Thank you. That brings us to another presentation by Mr. Lorenzen on the sponsor tax reimbursement agreement, regionally significant industrial sites.
Thanks. I think this can be more succinct. This is included as a consent agenda item during your business meeting, but wanted to provide a 5-minute briefing so that you're more aware of what it is and what we're asking the mayor to sign. If you keep up with the Community Development Monthly Newsletter, if you don't, no judgment. But if you do, I certainly try and keep folks updated on this so-called RISIS program, RSIS. That's a program of Business Oregon, the state's economic development agency. And RSIS stands for Regionally Significant Industrial Sites. The program is designed in such a way that it attempts to incentivize cities and counties to build out infrastructure to serve industrial sites. And the way they structure the incentive is that they create a reimbursement for cities to be eligible for when certain improvements are made to prepare a site for development. If and when job creation occurs on that site that is served by the new infrastructure, if a city has an approved RISIS application, which we have submitted and been approved and now just need to formalize it with this agreement, the income taxes that are generated at that site are what are used to create a reimbursement payment to the city for the expenses that the city has made to install the infrastructure. So, as an example, let's say that there was a site in Coffee Creek that was underserved by infrastructure. The city builds out a project, let's say day road improvements. I'm just creating a hypothetical scenario. And this property benefits from those improvements. A minimum of 50 jobs are created at that site. The wages that are paid to employees at that site meet the criteria threshold, which is 150% of the state average wage. If those two criteria are met, then with this agreement signed, we can report that to Business Oregon, and they will repay the city annually 50% of the income taxes realized by the jobs at that site back to the city. So by signing this agreement, and this is kind of what I want the takeaway to be today, are two things. There's no risk associated with signing this. It simply makes us eligible to potentially be paid back for some of our expenses for example, Coffee Creek urban renewal projects that we would have completed anyway. The second takeaway is that by signing this agreement, it doesn't change our CIP planning. We're not really expediting projects except under maybe very special circumstances. So really, we're maintaining the status quo. By signing this document, it just gives us potential access to a payback for funds that we would have spent anyway.
No brainer.
Does it change? So I've heard you talk about this before, and it makes a lot of sense. But does it change? I mean, it seems like then you don't want to just have a warehouse built there. You want to have maybe something that's going to have 50 employees, right?
Right.
A business with, so maybe a warehouse with 50 employees that are manufacturing. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll have the ability to control that development per se. However, if there was a very special circumstance, and this is kind of what I was alluding to a moment ago, where there was a very specific property, let's say it was in Basalt Creek, that's currently unserved by infrastructure wholesale at this point, more or less, and we wanted to facilitate development at that site, we could theoretically enter into a development agreement with an entity and place then parameters around what that development is going to be and what those jobs might look like, and create some accountability there so that if the city then did build out a project to serve that site, we have some recourse and some accountability for what happens. I don't know that that's necessarily what we should expect to occur. More than likely, as I guess I stated, the benefit to the city here is going to be just to potentially realize reimbursement for funds that we would not have been reimbursed for under different without signing the agreement.
I went to a couple of conversations or a Zoom meeting, or I think it was a phone meeting about this, and we appreciate being able to hear Business Oregon talk about it and you taking it on to apply, which has been a pretty significant project.
It was a little bit of a lift, yeah, but we're there, and this is just kind of the final piece, and time is of the essence, as they say in legal documents. This program, if it's not extended by the legislature during this current session, which is not a terribly productive one at this point, the door will close. And so if we execute this document before the 30th, we walk through the door before it closes behind us.
I think it's a good plan. Thanks for your work on this.
We appreciate it.
Sure. And so again, it's on the consent agenda, and all you're doing with that vote is authorizing the mayor to sign this and send it back to Business Oregon. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. That, are we now ready for the, no, we're
ready for adjournment.
We're going to adjourn the work session at 6:49.
What we got?
Stretch.
Oh, we're doing urban renewal right now? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm, little headline in there.
Read the head.
Urban Renewal Agency meeting will immediately follow the work session. I will convene a meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency at 6:49 p.m. on June 19th. Will the agency recorder please call the roll?
Chair Barry.
Present.
Member Barry.
Present.
Member Linville.
Here.
Member Ackerval.
Here.
Member Dunwell.
Here.
Chair Fitzgerald.
Here. Will you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
No.
No, we just need a motion.
Oh,
I move to approve the,
I'm jumping ahead.
I move to approve the order of agenda for the urban renewal meeting.
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. I had my headline right ahead of another meeting. Okay, this is citizen input. This is an opportunity for visitors to address the Urban Renewal Agency on items not on the agenda. It's also the time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and Urban Renewal Agency will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizen input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Will the agency attorney please read the agenda?
I think we want to check and make sure there's no citizen input for.
We have no one to make.
Here to provide public testimony.
Do we have any people wanting to provide public testimony at the Urban Renewal Agency meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now we can go to the consent agenda.
Will the agency attorney please read the consent agenda?
URA Resolution Number 344, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville Urban Renewal Agency authorizing acquisition of the fourth group of property and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor project, and minutes of the June 5, 2023 Urban Renewal Agency meeting.
The consent agenda has been read. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Any second?
I'll second.
The motion to approve the consent agenda as read has been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. And I don't believe we have any new or continuing business, so I will now adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency meeting at 6:52. Sorry, that was kind of out. Well, I have that headline there.
She's just not
Feeling Monday or taking the day off?
I'm taking Monday off.
Now I'm gonna
The
do
older I
this.
get, the more I go.
I've learned that.
I am calling to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council on Monday, June 19th at 7:02 PM. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Berry.
Present?
Counselor Linville.
Here.
Council President Ockerval.
Here.
Counselor Dunwell.
Here.
Mayor Fitzgerald.
Here. Will the, may I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And I just want to make sure I have we're now going to mayor's business. I have one thing that's a little different order here. Wouldn't we do citizen input now?
We need to do the budget.
Oh, I really have something that's out of order on that. I have 2 copies. Okay. Please pardon that. Will you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And we've already approved the agenda. I'll now go to our mayor's business section of the agenda. I have a couple of reports on things that I've participated in since our last meeting. Most recently, some of us attended the groundbreaking at the Frog Pond Primary School, and it was a really great little ceremony on a nice day. There were shovels and soil turned to celebrate the beginning of the building on this school. Wilsonville School District Superintendent Kathy Ludwig was there, Board Chair Chelsea King, and District Chief Operating Officer Pat McGow and Capital Construction Manager Remo Douglas talked about the project and everything that went into many years leading up to this day of beginning the construction and by breaking ground. And this school is going to serve the rapidly growing Frog Pond neighborhood. It'll be a $27 million school scheduled to open in 2025 to accommodate 350 students. And this new school will feature sustainable solar panels, a high-efficiency energy envelope with the building, bike access at multiple entrances, and student safety measures such as a secure entry and intrusion limiting glass, which are features of important school buildings today. And we're glad to have them in our school. This school will feature a learning neighborhoods format that integrates the school with the 10-acre property and covered properties. Covered patios, I meant to say. And in early June, I traveled with about 20 other people in the region to Washington, D.C., and the group that I was with was called JPACT, which stands for Metro Joint Policy Advisory Committee on Transportation. From Wilsonville, we had Dwight Brashear, who's head of our transit program, and we had Mark Otnat, our director of government relations. And there were a number of things that we all did. There were presentations from the group about major projects like the interstate bridge over the Columbia River. From Wilsonville's standpoint, of course, we brought up with our federal delegation in a number of different meetings the Interstate 5 and the I-5 Boone Bridge improvement need. We made it clear that we support increased federal funding to improve the Boone Bridge and provide a safe bike, ped, and emergency responder crossing over the Willamette River with the proposed French Prairie Bridge. We also made it clear that a southbound auxiliary lane is very important to that Boone Bridge. Now, our transit agency, SMART, is a federal transit administration that receives direct funding for capital projects for its buses and supportive infrastructure. And it was really great to hear Dwight report in a number of cases and discuss our transit program. And over time, we have won over $3 million in competitive federal grants, including purchase for the low or no emission buses that are powered by natural gas or electricity. We had discussions about our seeking support for the proposed I-5 bike ped bridge, connecting the highway over the I-5 to the town center, connecting it to Wilsonville Transit Center. Another area of importance for us in Wilsonville that we brought up on our trip is the fact that we have water rights to, and we operate our water treatment and wastewater treatment plants on the Willamette River. And this is important especially to our federal delegation because we are subject to federal Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers dam and river operations. We had the opportunity to meet privately with Senator Jeff Merkley and Congresswoman Andrea Salinas and staff members. And the first thing that Senator Merkley's staff asked about was the situation with the Oregon Department of Aviation and the Aurora State Airport. They are concerned about the Federal Aviation Administration funding of the new Aurora Airport Master Plan process, and we're glad to be able to talk about that with them. Congressman Salinas, in particular, was very interested in our proposed affordable housing, the Wilsonville Transit Center-oriented development near the Wilsonville Transit Center. And we received a lot of encouragement for the fact that as that project goes forward, we're looking for it to have 100% affordable housing. And she was glad to hear that it is on the, we are seeking support for the federal low-income housing tax credit program, which is administered by the state of Oregon. And we also met with the staff of Senator Wyden and Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, and they spent a good amount of time with us. Another point of discussion was another innovation by SMART, and that is the fact that SMART is the first transit agency in Oregon to use the bus on shoulder projects. That is being operated with ODOT, and we're now proposing a new service to Clackamas Town Center, which allows transit riders to be able to, when the traffic slows down to 35 miles an hour, if you are riding on SMART Transit bus on shoulder, you'll be able to move onto the shoulder and proceed faster than the other cars. So in these meetings, we use this wonderful congressional briefing booklet that our staff put together, and that really guided us in our discussions. So despite all the smoke that we did have back there at that time from the Canadian wildfires, which was kind of an unfortunate flashback to when we had that in our region, we had a successful trip presenting local issues of concern with our colleagues. And then you might hear from some of the other members of the council about our city's diversity, equity, and inclusion committees hosting of Wilsonville's Juneteenth celebration in Town Center Park. And I attended that with a number of the other councilors. It was a great event, and it is, of course, commemorating the ending of slavery in the United States. And it features music, speeches, information booths, and picnicking on the lawn. And sponsors were Swire Coca-Cola, Hilton Garden Inn, and Oregon Tech. So as we, this really gave us all a chance to reflect on the progress that has been made toward racial equity and justice, while also acknowledging that more work still needs to be done. So I just want to thank, on behalf of the council and myself in particular, all of the members of the committee that put that day together. Regarding the state work at the state legislature, just a brief update to let you know that as you've read in the paper, the Senate was able to reconvene after a lengthy walkout, which prevented a quorum for taking action on proposed legislation. House Bill 2662, which is our our introduction of a bill to study advancement of the west train from Wilsonville to Salem is an example of one that is waiting for consideration, and we hope that can still move forward with being allowed to progress and be studied. But we have had really great support for that bill from cities up and down the I-5 corridor. Senator Aaron Woods and Representative Courtney Neron and Kevin Mannix have all been instrumental in pushing to have this bill be one that has a chance to be voted on. And I think the last item that I wanted to note is that we have a proclamation in our packet. I'm not going to read it right now because it is really lengthy, but I'll just describe it briefly. It is a proclamation for Pollinator Week, which is June 19th to 25th. And this is an annual celebration in support of pollinator health and a time to raise awareness for pollinators and spread the word about what we can do to protect them. Our next city council meeting is going to be Monday, July 17th, starting at 7 p.m. And that is noting that we're canceling the first council meeting in July due to the holiday. So the next item on boards and commission, or on my mayor's business, will be the boards and commission appointments and reappointments. And during the month of May, I had the opportunity to interview a number of community members who have applied for the positions that are open. Again, we have more applicants than we do positions. I look back into the files to see who has applied in the last 3 to 6 months. Sometimes it takes a little while for an opening to come up for each position, but we're really lucky to have so much interest. So I would like to ask Council President Ockervall to list each nominee separately for confirmation by the City Council.
Thank you. I move to ratify the reappointment of Angela Sims and David Altman to the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Commission for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I move to ratify the appointment of Sajira Oraville Abdullah Koya to the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Commission for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Did you get this one?
Yes.
Never mind.
And I move to ratify the appointment of Masaru Yatabe to the Kitakata Sister City Advisory Board for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
The motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I move to ratify the appointment of Gay Walker to the Library Board for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2027.
I'll second it.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
I move to ratify the reappointment of Elaine Owen to the Tourism Promotion Committee for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026.
I'll second it.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I move to ratify the appointment of Sung Min Park to the Tourism Promotion Committee for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And finally, I move to ratify the appointment of Albert McGee and Devin Thorson to the Wilsonville Metro Community Enhancement Committee for a term beginning July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second? A second. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Your Honor, I move to ratify the appointment of Council President Ockervall as the primary representative and Mayor Fitzgerald as the secondary alternate representative to the Washington County Coordinating Committee for a term beginning June 19, 2023 to December 31st, 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, councilors. And the last item for mayor's business is the recognizing the closure of the year 2000 plan, which is an urban renewal plan and program of the city of Wilsonville. The year 2000 urban renewal plan was a visionary plan for developing the city of Wilsonville, for improving our roads, our parks, our bike and pedestrian facilities, and other key infrastructure to support a growing community. This 33-year-long plan from 1990 to 2023 has helped to fund many important projects and has facilitated our community's development. I see a number of people here tonight who participated in the work for this plan over the years, and this has produced incredible development in our community. Urban renewal or tax increment financing is the only real tool that cities in Oregon have to support meaningful community development. Urban renewal allows new development to help pay its own way without over-reliance on taxpayers or utility ratepayers, especially if it's done well. And Wilsonville has received a lot of recognition for its judicious use and strategic use of this tool. So when used appropriately, urban renewal benefits our partner jurisdictions, including the Westland Wilsonville School District and Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue District. This is an important component of urban renewal to accommodate the needs of key partner agencies as more residents, businesses, and facilities are added to the city. So I would now like to ask the city's economic development manager, Matt Lorenzen, to give us a more in-depth review of the accomplishments of the year 2000 urban renewal plan. And you know, before Matt starts, I'll let you know that you can see in the back some cupcakes, and those were part of our celebration plan for closing down this district after 33 years. And so, Matt, what would you, we were talking about maybe having you give the presentation and then just breaking for a few minutes.
I would defer to you on that. I just want to say that I'm aware of the time, and I have about 20 minutes of material, and I know that that's probably a little longer than we had originally thought, but I think that at the end of the 20 minutes, it'll be okay. That you will appreciate it. I know that that sounds really self-congratulatory.
It will be okay. I mean, this covers 33 years in Wilsonville. And so one of the ideas that Matt and I discussed is if we break right now, ask everybody to get some water and a cupcake and a napkin and sit down and listen to the show. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
All right, so let's have a little break and then you can come back to the microphone.
I love your
Lorenzen, our Economic Development Manager, talking about the celebration of the closing of the urban renewal, the 33-year urban renewal district.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, as the mayor noted, tonight we celebrate the accomplishments and the impact of the year 2000 Urban Renewal Plan, sometimes which is called in shorthand the East Side Plan. It will officially be an artifact of history on June 30th, 2023, in 11 days. Before digging into the genesis of this city plan and program, I had intended to simply rehearse the projects and impressive tax base growths that were made possible under this plan. But as I opened the archives and started reviewing meeting minutes and newspaper headlines, I discovered a remarkable story that I'd like to share with you tonight, even if it is a few minutes longer than we had maybe originally thought. The story begins in the 1990s, the year 1990, or as my kids would call it, the olden times. At 7 p.m. on Wednesday, August 29th, 1990, the Wilsonville City Council convened in a special workshop session to consider the adoption of the year 2000 plan, an urban renewal plan and program of the city of Wilsonville. This was the second reading of ordinance number 373, and as I imagine the meeting in my mind's eye, there must have been significant energy and anticipation in the room. This aerial photo shows the city's development progress in 1988. According to the U.S. Census, at that time, the population in Wilsonville was just about 7,000 residents. Notably, today's town center was nothing more than a small handful of buildings and farmland. Menor Graphics had not yet begun construction of its Beckman Road campus. Interestingly, at the August 29th, 1990 meeting, the council was potentially moving forward with the adoption of the urban renewal plan before the outcome of a pending advisory vote of the people, which would take place the following November. While unconventional, this move was strategic. The Menor Graphics campus would be completed in late 1990, and the council aimed to secure the frozen base for the 1989-1990 tax year, which did not yet reflect the new development. The building permit value for the project was $24 million, which would be over $60 million in 2023 dollars. If the plan were adopted in August 1990, this new private development project within the proposed plan area would jumpstart the tax increment collections and fuel the nascent urban renewal area. That night, the council voted 4-1 in favor of adopting the year 2000 urban renewal plan. And while that sounds like the end of the story, that's actually just the beginning. The impetus for the formation of an urban renewal district in the city was rapid growth and an increasingly deficient infrastructure to support it. The findings of the year 2000 plan document describe the city a little like this. Without question, the most critical conditions of blight within the city are related to long-term water supply, wastewater treatment capacity, the water delivery system, sanitary sewer collection and transmission system, a lack of a comprehensive storm drainage system, and the existence of an inadequate and substandard street and transportation system. These various public systems are deficient and blighted to the degree that they inhibit and in certain cases prohibit the timely development of tax-paying property by the private sector. These deficiencies have encouraged a shotgun pattern of development. There must be a substantial public intervention to construct and reconstruct the the streets and utility systems in a logical and comprehensive way which incorporate contemporary engineering principles. As I read that description of blight, it's hard to imagine a Wilsonville that meets that description because it's so different from what we enjoy today. The city operated on a series of wells for water production and distribution, which were already overburdened. The state had recently passed policy that would preclude the permitting of any new wells. The system was prone to fluctuating pressures and surges, which is problematic in its own regard, but also costly for commercial and industrial property owners facing above average fire insurance and operational costs. And the industrial portions of the city were growing at a rapid pace at this point in time. The wastewater system was also strained. There were looming capacity concerns as well as significant odor problems. The city was facing violations for discharging low-quality, undertreated water into the Willamette River. The sanitary sewer collection system was similarly deficient, with many new developments dependent on individual septic tanks and drain fields. The city needed a total gravity system. As for parks, the findings conclude there is a deficiency of organized and developed park and recreation open space. The community needed and desperately wanted more parks and recreation amenities, and this will be relevant as our story unfolds. The city's transportation infrastructure was similarly deemed deficient and deteriorating, particularly Wilsonville Road. With great potential, which the 1990 City Council clearly saw, the city was facing serious growing pains on its path to urbanization. The advisory vote to bless the year 2000 urban renewal plan would take place on November 6, 1990. The stakes were high, to say the least. There were very few options on the table besides urban renewal to solve all of these blighted conditions I've just described. According to the summary of votes cast in Clackamas County, 1,359 voters cast their ballot in favor of the plan, while 1,684 voted against. That's right. Wilsonville's first urban renewal plan failed at their first advisory vote, with over 400 undervotes, that is, folks who cast ballots but did not vote on this particular measure. The council convened on November 19th to consider an ordinance to repeal Ordinance 373, and with it, the year 2000 plan they had just adopted months before. Numerous community members attended the meeting and testified, expressing their thoughts and feelings about the implications of a failed advisory ballot measure. There was concern about the pending, which was Measure 5 was pending at this time, and what its impact would have on school budgets. Several people in the community comments section of the meeting noted they felt voters misunderstood tax increment finance. Can you believe that? Others felt that those in opposition were willfully ignorant and had made up their mind from a position of principle rather than a practical understanding of the facts. One meeting attendee expressed, if the voters had fully and honestly been informed, the urban renewal plan would have been approved. I understand that objection to the plan by the major opponents was that there would be an adverse effect upon school funding and or those who are basically opposed to all growth. I do not fault these people for their objections. I do fault information put out in such a way that it leads to false conclusions. Ultimately, the Lame Duck Council voted to table the ordinance that would repeal the adoption of the urban renewal plan, with then Mayor John Ludlow voting against, stating that voters should get exactly what they wanted. The meeting ended at 10:20 p.m. that night with the fate of urban renewal in Wilsonville undetermined. The council reconvened on January 7th, 1991 with 3 new councilors, some of which had run on a ticket that opposed urban renewal. Again, residents turned out in numbers to express their views. Those in favor of the plan demanded alternative solutions to the city's precarious infrastructure situation and noted that the number of registered voters far exceeded the number of those that cast ballots. Furthermore, they pointed out over 400 people cast a ballot but didn't vote on the urban renewal measure. A petition with 535 names was submitted to the council asking them to move forward with the urban renewal plan and amend it as necessary in order to gain the support of a majority. The meeting must have been another highly emotional experience, but rest assured it had its fair share of normal city council mundanity too. During councilors' concerns, one councilor remained silent on the issue of urban renewal entirely, but noted his dry throat syndrome and requested lifesavers. Drama continued at the January 22nd meeting, which adjourned at 2:30 a.m. after the new city council attempted to dismiss city manager Pete Wall in an executive session for reasons that are unclear at best in the historical record. Mayor John Ludlow was a strong supporter of the city manager, and on January 28, 1991, a special meeting of the council was held wherein the mayor's letter of resignation was read into the record. In that letter, Mr. Ludlow indicated he could no longer serve in good conscience and accused the neophyte city council of a witch hunt and chastised them for neglecting the issues facing the city, including water, sewer, roads, among others. Mr. Mr. Ludlow's resignation, however, set in motion a chain of events that one could argue changed the trajectory of this city forever. Councilor Jerry Crummell was appointed as mayor, and Charlotte Lehan was appointed to fill Mr. Crummell's seat. And I'm highly aware that you're here tonight, Charlotte, and I hope I am getting the facts straight here. Yeah. Arlene Lobel was later hired as the new city manager from a pool of over 90 applicants. The council did not discuss urban renewal at length in their normal business meetings again until May 1991. In June, an ordinance was adopted to amend the effective date of the plan. According to the record, this move was intended to keep options open to adopt a scaled-down plan. Several work sessions with urban renewal on the agenda can be found in late 1991 and early 1992, but no formal minutes of those meetings exist to my knowledge. By May of 1992, there were continuing and growing concerns about the ailing wastewater treatment plant, associated odors, and its contribution to pollution in the Willamette River. While the need and desire for a new high school in Wilsonville had been a top concern for Wilsonville area residents for some time. The City Council and the School Board of the West Lynn, what was then the West Lynn School District, held several joint meetings and began to discuss and coordinate efforts in order to facilitate the realization of a high school in the city. The school district put forth a $33 million bond measure that would fund the majority of capital construction costs associated with the proposed Wilsonville High School, as well as other facilities in the district. The City Council approved the ballot title language for a new advisory vote regarding the adoption of the year 2000 plan. There was some hand-wringing about whether or not to have the two measures on the same ballot, but at last it was decided that both measures would go on to the people for their vote on June 30th, 1992. It was understood that many West Lynn voters would likely not vote for a measure they didn't see as benefiting their community, and so a Wilsonville contribution might make a difference. The two agencies formalized their partnership through an intergovernmental agreement and passed joint resolutions in support of one another's ballot measures, which included a commitment of $2 million in urban renewal funds toward the new high school if the year 2000 plan passed on the June 1992 ballot. In the spirit of mutual benefit, residents of Wilsonville would enjoy joint use of the high school athletic facilities. Remember, the community really wanted more parks and recreation opportunities. The fate of Wilsonville High School's constructed depended on the success of both of these ballot measures. In June of 1992, there was a robust public information campaign to educate the electorate. Door-to-door canvassing, a closed-circuit local TV program, and direct mail were all utilized. It must have been a substantial mailing, as there was discussion at a meeting of the City Council about the amount of money being spent on printing and postage costs. It would be a gross understatement to say a lot hung in the balance as many awaited the announcement of mail-in election results. On June 30th, 1992, where are we at here? On June 30th, 1992, yes votes outnumbered noes 2-1. 1,672 votes in favor of amending and implementing the year 2000 plan with a $2 million appropriation to the construction cost of Wilsonville High School and an initial sale of $5 million in bonds to begin other projects in the plan. Many in the community breathed a sigh of relief, including a few council members and the city manager, who were all on vacation and unavailable for comment for the newspaper after the election results were announced.
Who does that?
To say that Wilsonville's history was forever changed on June 30th, 1992 is not hyperbole, but fact. In fiscal year 1992-93, the Urban Renewal Agency saw its first deposit of $1.7 million in tax increment. Later in 1992, funding was allocated for planning work that would improve Wilsonville Road on both sides of I-5. Wilsonville High School was completed in 1995. Up Upgrades were made to the wastewater treatment plant, which extended its life until it underwent a major upgrade and expansion in 2014. Numerous other projects were completed under the year 2000 plan, shaping the community and building out a first-class infrastructure system that serves the city's today's 27,000 residents and 2,000 employers very well. A few such projects include, as mentioned, Wilsonville Road, including the undergrounding of unsightly and unsafe overhead utilities, Boone's Ferry Road, Memorial Drive, Canyon Creek Road, Courtside Drive. Recently completed the 5th to Kinsman connection, Beckman Road improvements, and miscellaneous other streetscape and signal improvements. Parks and recreation opportunities were expanded through their acquisition of the Bouger land and construction of Mirase Plaza. The Stein-Bouger Barn, Town Center Park, and this building, City Hall, were all year 2000 plan projects. Cooperation with the Westland Wilsonville School District continued after the initial partnership on Wilsonville High. The art that now adorns the I-5 underpass at Wilsonville Road was provided by students of Wilsonville schools to enhance the interchange improvements, which were also co-funded by Urban Renewal and Oregon Department of Transportation. The land to our east, where Creekside Woods Senior Housing now exists, was purchased by the city and donated to the Affordable Housing Project. The final capital improvement project to be completed under the year 2000 plan is the Beckman Road Corridor project, which will begin construction soon and will certainly be a fine capstone to round out the many accomplishments made under the urban renewal plan. This project will support existing development and provide capacity for Wilsonville's next great neighborhood, Frog Pond. Earlier tonight, we talked about our efforts to further the implementation of the Town Center Plan, using urban renewal to augment other funds and support the construction of public infrastructure and development within that area. Funding for the Town Center Plan came from the year 2000 plan, which seems quite appropriate. As we close this urban renewal district, we open the door for the next generation of development in Wilsonville through the responsible and effective use of tax increment finance. Urban renewal is a public finance tool that, as demonstrated by the story I told tonight, is surrounded by some degree of disagreement and at times controversy. This is partially due to the fact that overlapping taxing districts must forego some revenues in order to pay for urban renewal projects. Tonight, we wish to thank those taxing districts, including Westland Wilsonville School District, Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, Clackamas Community College, and Clackamas County, among others, for their temporary contribution toward the permanent improvement of our community and public budgets across the board into the future. By our calculations, the assessed value of the property within the year 2000 plan has increased by over 8 times, which far exceeds any plausible alternative scenario that does not include the projects funded through the year 2000 plan. And although it might be a little corny, please join me in thanking and applauding those taxing districts that have partnered with and invested in Wilsonville. We would also be remiss not to recognize the capable staff and elected stewards of the year 2000 plan over the past 30 years, especially those visionary leaders of the early 1990s, including Charlotte Lehan, who began her long and decorated career as a city councilor, mayor, and county commissioner during this turbulent and pivotal period of time in Wilsonville. Let's also take a moment to show our appreciation to those people too. Getting close. The success of this plan was not accidental. Several best practices assured the successful implementation of this plan and program. Beginning in 2003, the city began removing parcels from the district in order to limit tax increment collections to approximately $4 million per year. After fiscal year 2010, the law changed in Oregon and allowed the city to certify less than 100% of the available tax increment and limited it to $4 million every year thereafter. This practice of revenue sharing allows taxing districts to enjoy the benefits of urban renewal before the plan sunsets. As noted, taxing districts and the residents of the community are also involved as partners and collaborators. Wilsonville's use of urban renewal is guided by the Urban Renewal Task Force, comprised of residents, some of which are here tonight, thank you, affected taxing districts, landowners, developers, and area businesses. Wilsonville has adopted the practice of consulting the electorate through an advisory vote before any adoption of any new urban renewal plan in the city. And that tradition began with the story I told you tonight. Thank you for your time and attention. It has been my great pleasure to prepare this presentation and to be a part of Wilsonville's legacy as we move into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And I see we have members of our, former members and chair of our budget committee. We've had many volunteers and committee boards and commissions who have had a role in this. And thank you to all of you. So, councilors, do you have any comments to add? Okay.
I'll do a quick comment. Being newly elected to the city council, I really, really appreciate you walking us through the history. That was really meaningful to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, I'm going to move into the next section of the agenda, and that is our communications section. And we are welcoming Clackamas Community College President Tim Cook and Clackamas Community College Board Chair Irene Konev to give us an update on college bond projects. And thank you for your patience. We're a little bit late tonight.
Sorry.
And Matt, that was good. We also enjoyed our cupcakes.
Good evening. I'm Irene Konev. I'm the chair of the Clackamas Community College Board. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm also a resident of Cambie. I represent Cambie and parts of Wilsonville as my district. Thank you for having us here tonight. This year, Clackamas Community College is wrapping up all of our projects that were supported by a bond measure that was approved in 2014. Tonight, we'd like to share with you the highlights of what we have accomplished for our students, our workforce, and our community. As I mentioned, in 2014, the college district approved a $90 million bond for us to expand and update our buildings, facilities, and grounds. We constructed 4 new buildings, expanded and remodeled others, improved transportation to, from, and around the college, and much more. We were also able to leverage that $90 million by getting state matches for 4 of the projects and getting grants for seismic work, the transit center, and even furniture. In all, we were able to leverage the bond dollars into more than $136 million. And now we'd like to take a look at some of our projects. We have Harmony West. There's a video playing of time-lapse, how it was built. Our Harmony West campus is in Milwaukee, which complements our Harmony East building and completes our allied health campuses. This building replaces the former Dale Ikes Junior High, which was later used by the Oregon Institute of Technology. This project allowed Clackamas Community College to grow its health sciences, workforce development, and general education offerings in Milwaukee. Students can now start and complete a number of programs on this campus without having to travel to Oregon City for their classes. Harmony West is 3 floors and includes classrooms, labs, and a large community event space. The project was completed in the fall of 2017, and we received an $8 million match from the state to fund this project. A fun fact about this project is that the reclaimed wood salvaged during the demolition of the old building was sent to Japan to be used for wood countertops and tables. And here's a look at our Harmony West at the lobby area. And here's also a look at one of our labs. It's a beautiful facility. If you have a chance, please come check it out. Next is the Holden Industrial Technology Center on our Oregon City campus. This project was completed in 2018 and also received an $8 million match from the state. The building increases teaching, training, and partnership space, as well as creating flexibility to meet the training needs of partnership programs. There are many large bays. There are large bays for machinery with classrooms and offices, and there's an option to add another building to the east as programs expand and the college grows. This building houses our technology programs like manufacturing and CNC machining, as well as renewable energy. The project also includes the redesign of the adjacent parking lot, as well as a new entry plaza on the campus and improved pedestrian access. Another site improvement was a better connection to the walking path to Oregon City High School. The building is named after longtime college and career technical education supporters Terry and Sherry Holden. The Holdens have a long history and connection to Clackamas Community College and the surrounding community. Cheryl grew up in Estacada and Terry grew up in Malala, and we are honored to call them friends of the college. And up here we have the Holden Industrial Technology Center Makerspace, which has the feature inside the Technology Center called the Les Diaz Market Makerspace. This is a workshop where students and community members have access to the tools they need to create prototypes, models, and masterpieces. After proper training, participants can use equipment ranging from basic woodworking machinery and 3D printing to CNC, milling, and laser cutters. The lab includes woodworking and construction, traditional metalworking and sheet metal, and a welding and cutting station, digital manufacturing, as well as electronics and sewing. The CCC Makerspace is the first of its kind in Clackamas County. If you're interested in checking it out, the Makerspace is open to the public on Fridays from 5 to 9. Please stop by. The Desjardins, this is what we have, the information on the Desjardins. The third large project was the building and the addition of our existing science facility, the Desjardins Hall. We have another video going of the time lapse. The 35-year-old science complex on the Oregon City campus was outdated and contributed to class overcrowding and a long wait list for students. The project doubled the college's chemistry lab capacity, accommodating an estimated 250 students per year, thus reducing class size and wait lists. And new labs expose students to modern scientific work environments that are similar to what they encounter when they transfer to university. This building serves students in physics, chemistry, biology, environmental sciences, and more. As part of this project, and using funds from Oregon Connect and Oregon Department of Transportation grants, we built new transit center and shared use path that connects the transit center to the Oregon City High School. And here's a look inside. And on the left, we have the lab prep room, and on the right is one of the labs. The Desjardins Hall also has large passive learning opportunities. The brickwork on the photo on the right is designed to represent the DNA of a cougar, which is our mascot. And on the left is a lobby which has a bird and a duck display and a replica of a baby beluga whale that is suspended from the ceiling. There are more educational displays both inside and outside of the building. I'll pass it over to our president.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, President Ackerval, Mayor Fitzgerald, councilors. My name is Tim Cook, and I'm the president of Clackamas Community College. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. So I'm going to do the second half of this presentation. So the opportunity to move into the Holden Industrial Technology Center allowed us to expand and actually double the size of our automotive center. And we have two different kinds of automotive programs. We have the technician side, which you're seeing here in this picture. This is actually when it was just open. And what you'll see now, if you walked into here, is obviously cars filling all those bays, but also partnerships with a number of different automotive dealerships. And Councilor Linville and I were talking during the celebration. I believe we have a partnership with one of the Wilsonville automotive dealers, but I need to go back and find that out. But if we don't, I'd certainly like to do that. But what used to be in this side of the building was our second program too, which was the collision side. So when and during the accidents or when people need their fenders beat out and their cars repainted used to take place in here as well, but now we've got a similar bay to this next to it where we're able to do all of that work. So this space really allowed us to mimic the work that's happening in dealerships and in collision centers. Where we're doing that. And then we also are able to do a high school program with a number of our high schools that are able to come and mimic what used to happen in high school automotive programs that just don't happen anymore. They're able to come and take shop classes and automotive classes here essentially in this space. And then our last major project with this bond was our Wachino Welcome Center, and this is on our Oregon City campus. And this really changed the way that we serve students and greet visitors, and it's essentially the front door of our college. The Wachino Welcome Center houses our student services, advising, counseling, financial aid, and this is a space where students can have most of their questions answered in one setting rather than going between different offices or buildings. And you'll see, actually in a picture on the next slide, a little bit about how that works. But essentially the secret sauce is that rather than sending students all over the campus to get their questions answered, they go to one place and people come to them. And so we're more likely to retain those students and get them the help that they need as opposed to sending them all around. So this also connects to our community center, which was given a facelift, and this houses our student government, our disability resource center, our multicultural center, and our veterans center. The last 10 years, we have been consistently listed in at least the top 10, but if not the top 5 most veteran-friendly colleges in the country. And so we're really proud of that. And so our Veterans Center really helps with that work. Space houses study spots and access to our Cougar Cafe. And then when planning this Welcome Center, we knew we wanted to honor the indigenous tribes whose homeland the college campus resides on. We literally sit on the land of the Clackamas people. And so several of us went and met with the Grand Ronde Tribal Council and asked what would be the most respectful way to honor the Clackamas people and the tribe there at the college. And we expected that they would say something along the lines of the Chinook word for welcome. And actually what they said was the best thing that we could do is to name it after their chief, Dan Wachino, who was the last chief of the Clackamas people and actually signed the treaty that moved him to the Grand Ronde. And so we happily said yes, and that is now led to a really nice partnership with the Grand Ronde tribe where they helped us actually open the building. We do an Indigenous Peoples Day every day with them, and actually their Cheryl Kennedy, their chair, gave a lecture just last month at our campus too. So we're really pleased with this building and with that partnership. Right here, as you see this big picture on the left, you're seeing our welcome desk. This is literally looking in from the front door, and so it's hard to miss. And this really is the first step, the first place that people come to when they come in here. Next to that, on the right, you can see a little bit of upstairs and some of the light coming in. There's you can't tell in this picture because it's too small, but at the very end there, you can actually see Mount Hood. Oh, and then one other fun fact, I guess. That larger picture on the right, you can see a student sitting down at a table, and you can see some lighter colored wood along the walls. Those were our bleachers. We reused our bleachers from the gym when we redid those and mounted them on the wall. There's no carvings or anything in on them. They sanded them down, but they look really nice. Another picture of Wachino. From literally the day one, students have been coming in here, very welcoming, very friendly space. And then this last year, we started the renovation of the first floor of our Roger Rook Hall, which is right next to Wachino, where all of the things like admissions and registration used to live. Now this space houses our president's office, our foundation, and then our college's first office of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This also includes a new large community room available for college and community events, and the Board of Education meets there. A number of other upgrades and renovations that we made in addition to the buildings. We upgraded our elevators. We made sure that we were compliant with Title IX with our locker rooms. We partially funded the extension of Myers Road and added a third entrance to our college at the Oregon City campus. Made stormwater improvements, roof replacements, new wayfinding entrance signage. You're seeing one of those being placed there in that picture. IT upgrades, and then campus safety and security upgrades. We had some goals, some workforce goals when we started these projects, and our SAIL program stood for Student Applied Integrated Learning, and this essentially encouraged our architects, our contractors to involve students as much as possible in the work, whether that was through internships or job shadows or tours of the facilities. We wanted to get students in there as much as we could. And so our SAIL goal was to get 1,000 hours or more of student participation. We almost doubled that, just a little bit under 2,000. Actually, some of our interns, our students that interned actually ended up getting work full-time with some of the construction companies that still work to them to this day. So it worked out really well. And our BOAT program stood for Business Opportunities Achievement Target. And this essentially was encouraging our contractors to hire women-owned small businesses, minority businesses in the local area when they were doing their subcontracting. And so this one, again, we had a goal of 10% of those businesses being women-owned or veteran, I forgot veteran, but small business veteran, women-owned local companies. And we ended up with almost 30% of that goal. And we are celebrating. And so we would like to invite you to a party on August 5th on our Oregon City campus, where we are celebrating all of the finishing up of this 10-year bond that started in 2014. It was really nice to see the history of, of your urban renewal plan. That was actually really cool. So it gave me some thoughts as we kind of do this party too and talk about what things used to look like back before we started this in 2014. And ours failed the first time too. I remember I was sitting there listening to that. I was like, oh boy, there's a story to be told here about how we got to this $90 million bond passed. But anyway, we are celebrating on the 5th and welcoming people to come and take short classes, get food, really see how the campus has changed. Many people in Clackamas County have been on one of our campuses at one time and are quite surprised at how different they are. Just in the last several years, they've really changed pretty dramatically. And that is it. I thank you again for allowing us to come and present to you tonight. We'll share a little bit about where we've been.
Well, thank you so much for coming to spend the time with us and preparing this presentation. This has been a big night of hearing about how these assets that our people in this area came to be. And how many times a week do we hear about the need for workforce, the need for ways to get people into jobs? And it's so wonderful that everybody got behind this bond and that Clackamas Community College is continuing to do great things because we really need you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the citizen input and community announcements section of our agenda. And this is an opportunity for visitors to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. It's also a time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and the City Council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizen input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Sometimes research is needed for the answers. So please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And I do have one speaker card for today. Is this someone, this is for Erin Yatabe. Is she here tonight? Okay, so you can come to the microphone of your choice, I think.
And it is the same Yatabe as Masaru. That's my father-in-law that you just...
Yes,
yeah,
I had a nice call with him.
Yes.
2 or 3 weeks ago.
You guys have a gem on your committee, so
we're very lucky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Erin Yatabe. My address is on my speaker card. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I am concerned. On May 26th, Stephanie and I emailed the Council with a plea to directly engage with us about the Beckman Trail and to aid in the constructive process with city staff. Instead, an email response from the mayor stated that our concerns were forwarded to city staff. So what we did was on June 5th, we came to City Council with several other neighbors to engage with the council directly, and instead we were told to engage with city staff. So I formally ask if this is not the place for engagement with council as the back and forth type of engagement, where and when does that council engage with the community on a concern? At this point, we have an outstanding request from all 5 councilors to engage. We feel dismissed and disrespected. It should be clear by now that your community's values have changed in the last 17 years, and the Beckman Trails plans, implementation, and vision should be reviewed and modified accordingly, as it's been suggested to do so in past trail plans. I don't have much time, so I just have three outstanding issues that I'm going to list here tonight. The city, number one, the city sent an aggregated response to trail open house questions. We have specifically asked 3 times that the city commit to and publish that affected stakeholders are within 2,000 feet of the interceptor. This would ensure that all affected stakeholders are given advance notice of when decisions are being made prior to and in between the 4 city scheduled public events. It ensures that all affected stakeholders don't have to individually scan the city website for trail-related meetings and decisions on a daily basis in order to be involved. In issue number 2, we have an urgent immediate safety issue that can't wait for an updated project schedule from the contractor later this summer for further engagement opportunities. Currently, there are survey crews, and going forward, there will be countless work crew members within feet of our properties, children, and pets. The June 16th statement from staff states construction of a permanent fence between the city property and private properties was not anticipated as part of the project. But the construction of the trail will force community members to be exposed to real-life, present-day safety concerns, and will leave those same members with no consideration of your responsibility to construct a fencing solution to protect them. Council, this is a prime example as to how time has passed, the community has evolved, and modification to this trail plan are desperately needed. And lastly, my issue is issue 3 is questions after the June 16th response that we still have. When did the community agree to the design of the Beckman Creek Trail as a paved 12-foot wide road that must accommodate a traditional size sewer maintenance service truck? When did city staff explore all alternatives options to sewer maintenance vehicle sizes, path surface types, and bike path locations, and present them to the community of Wilsonville, asking for their preference? Oh, I went over, I'm so sorry. I'm almost done. Is that okay, or do you want me to stop?
Well, I want to be as respectful as possible to you and to the other people, so how much more time?
I just have like 3 more sentences.
Okay.
When were community members on the east side of Wilsonville consulted to help identify ways to help minimize disruption and destruction of the Beckman Creek corridor, while also providing a south to north bike connection and recreational value? I haven't been asked these questions, my neighbors haven't been asked these questions, and we are your current community. Respectfully, council, please do not simply forward the concerns and questions I presented here tonight to the trail staff. Rather, please provide us with a back and forth forum with you directly to engage in these items and many more with your current Wilsonville community members.
Thank you. And you have that in writing?
I do. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes. And we have in we have all have a copy of these questions and the answers to this, and there will be, number more open houses as described in this, and we will, as a council, we do pay attention to all of this. So their city charter is established in a certain way so that all of the council pays attention. Okay. And so thank you very much. And every single one of us does pay attention to this.
And I didn't mean to imply that I didn't believe that, but I am encouraged after seeing the history tonight that was presented with the city and the plans that it makes. And so I am encouraged that we are being heard and you are listening and that you will engage with us.
All right. Thank you very much. And you've given, could we have that in writing, please? Okay. All right, so that brings us to councilor comments and liaison reports and meeting announcements, starting with Council President Ockervall.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I attended the most recent DEI lecture series event that was hosted at the Wilsonville Library on June 8th. And just wanted to mention a great thank you to the DEI committee for their coordination, and also to staff for the coordination of those multiple events that we've had over the past several months. it's been great to see the community members attending these lecture series events and appreciating the topics. I'm looking forward to seeing what will be covered next year as well, because I understand that there will be new topics and conversations that will be entering in the future. There is one more event that will be on July 6th, and I believe that event is actually at Clackamas Community College. Is that correct? The evening of July 6th at Clackamas Community College. We've got a poster in the lobby here at City Hall with all the details, and I encourage people to check that out. Over the last 2 weeks, I guess, since our council meeting, I've had some meetings with the Urban Renewal Task Force, as was covered earlier in our work session. And that's been good to be able to engage with the various entities that are represented in that group. We have a busy summer. And so there will be some more meetings yet this summer, and council will be kept informed of the conversations and dialogue that result from that, as we were today during our work session. I also attended, as I think many of council members did, for the groundbreaking in Frog Pond for the new school that will be built there, and that is such an exciting thing to celebrate as a community. And as I've had my daughter go through, be in 2 different schools now in Wilsonville, I've really come to understand the importance of those community schools and having schools where the community and neighborhoods are wrapped around that school, and all of the events and education and engagement for families and students. And it changes the character and the energy in a city. So I'm really grateful for the partnership with our school district and thinking about what that will be in Frog Pond next. And this last weekend, attended the Juneteenth celebration at Town Center Park. Big thank you again to the DEI committee and to staff for that event, and all of the sponsors for the event as well. There were some terrific things at all the different booths and stations, and lots of books available to community members for free to come and pick out. Our library had a great display of books that people could walk up and pick out a book and learn something new. And it was included everything from board books, to the chapter books that we all probably, should want to be reading as well. So it was great that there was really something there for everyone. And coming up, I look forward to, on Thursday, I will attend the Wilsonville Clackamas, what is it, CCA. Let's spell out that acronym.
Clackamas City.
I know, but that would be 3 C's, right? So, but what it is
It's the Clackamas Cities Association.
Clackamas Cities Association. So different electeds from other cities within Clackamas County get together periodically, opportunity to discuss, and I think, are you giving a presentation? Yes, you will on Thursday night. And this is our turn to host here in Wilsonville. So we will be sharing with some of the other Clackamas County leaders what's happening in Wilsonville, and that'll be a nice opportunity to build those relationships with some of our neighboring leaders as well. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Linville.
Well, I was going to mention that also, that dinner that will be held on Thursday evening, and that our city attorney will be doing a presentation on the process that our city went through to develop our camping ordinance. And from the sounds of some of the news that has been going on, there are a number of cities that are scrambling to get their work done within the time frame. So it's pretty great that we get to be a role model for some of the other cities. And we also will, I think, be talking about our transit-oriented development and affordable housing. So I'm excited about that as well. So I look forward to it. Outside of doing a little traveling, I attended on the 7th of June the meeting of the Opioid Settlement Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery Board, and there was a presentation at that board meeting about prison and substance use disorder persons who are incarcerated and getting treatment. And the thing that I thought was interesting about the discussion was that of those persons who have substance use disorders who are getting treatment while incarcerated, they are, first of all, more women than men. And the other situation is that they are more likely to either have a fatal or a non-fatal overdose within 14 days of release. So when we look at priorities of how the money is being spent, we're looking at that population as well. And there were a number of theories as to why that population is overdosing when they come out of a facility. So one of the things that we all had an opportunity to kind of do a round robin about some of our concerns and priorities, and I mentioned as the representative for cities of 10,000 and above that not all of our cities have access to treatment, prevention, and recovery direct services for our populations. And that since this board is taking the deep dive into where the issues are and what are the best practices, that I hoped that they would not forget that we might need to have a laundry list of projects to select from if we were going to access the money, because to continue to fund programs that are currently being funded or currently in place, we are going to continue to be a patchwork of where services are going to be available. So I will try and continue to keep our city focus in the discussions that happen. So, but it's very interesting. I thought I knew a lot about, but boy, we're learning a lot. So,
thank you, Councillor.
I will keep bringing those things to the council.
We are honored that you were appointed to fill that position, especially with your background and your commitment, and I appreciate the time you're spending.
Thank you.
On behalf of everyone who needs this to work.
Thanks.
Which includes everyone. Councillor Berry.
Thank you. So I was also excited to attend the new primary school groundbreaking that's going to be located off of Beckman Road on Monday, the 12th. On Wednesday, the 14th, I attended Clackamas County Coordinating C4 Subcommittee, and Metro did a presentation on high-capacity transit, and we had our staff do a presentation. They did an excellent presentation on our transit service here from Wilsonville to Clackamas Town Center that we're planning, and that presentation was really well received. On Saturday, the 17th, I attended the Juneteenth celebration here at Town Center, and I agree, it was a really nice celebration. I think every year it's gaining momentum, and more people are involved. It was fun to talk to all the different people representing the tables. In particular, I enjoyed talking to the students from the Wilsonville High School and getting books. Upcoming is Thursday, our Clackamas County dinner. I'm really excited to attend that and talk to the other elected officials that we work with here in the county. And then on Thursday, the 29th, I'm planning to attend the Leaders in I'm getting stuck on the word. Yes, say it for me. The award presentation. So it's a busy June, but a good one.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Councillor Dunwell.
Dayatu Wash Day. Good evening to all of you. So I am Lakota. I'm also a member of the Oneida tribe of Wisconsin. And the reason I bring that up is because at the DEI Juneteenth celebration on Saturday, we had a speaker who spoke not just about the event itself, but she went beyond, and she went into people of color. And she is actually the founder of a group of people of color outdoors, which is all of our indigenous, Hispanic, Black, any of our groups who have in the past not necessarily felt safe outside on their own because they don't feel that they're part of the majority culture. And I related to her story in so many ways. My mother was full blood, and growing up, I grew up in a Native community in South Dakota, and we lived in an area called No Man's Land, which meant that we were not part of a school district. We got to choose, which meant nobody wanted us. And so we walked to school every day. It sounds really rough, but what they didn't realize was the school we picked and my family picked, we walked through one of the most beautiful parks in Rapid City, South Dakota. And I used to get to be outdoors almost every day, rain or shine, and learned all about gardening and flowers and being very close to the earth in addition to the things that my family did. But I also didn't feel safe because of the area we lived in. So I related so much to her story, and I think the choice of her by the DEI committee was absolutely a gift to our community, and to speak about the fact that we all are part of a greater community and we all fit in somewhere. And for her to bring up the point that she is actually bringing these groups of individuals together so they can hike together. She said there are groups from the Asian community that don't necessarily feel safe hiking alone, but they're continuing to expand it. And the name of the group is called People of Color Outdoors, or POCO. And so I would recommend that you look her up. Her name is Pamela Slaughter, and she's really amazing woman. And then the other two things is I got to hold a gold shovel like everybody else, and that was fun. Super exciting to be part of Frog Pond and the groundbreaking and seeing where that goes. And then the other thing I'd like to bring up is, because it just is top of mind right now, is you mentioned the prison system, Counselor, and the Through a Child's Eyes is coming up in August through the Rotary Club, and they are continually looking for volunteers to participate, to work with individuals that day in August. So I would really recommend that, go ahead and look at the Rotary Club site, see if you want to participate. I participated last year. It was a life-changing experience, and I recommend that everyone that has an interest to go ahead and join. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And you just reminded me of something that I should have mentioned about our Rotary Club. They invited me to speak sometime this year, and we found a date this week, and I'm going to be speaking about our response to the camping ordinance.
Okay. I was just going to ask, do you need anything from staff in terms of materials?
I already have my materials,
all right,
but
good.
thank you for asking. And I really appreciate our service clubs asking for speakers, and I know some of our counselors speak as well. And these are opportunities for us to just continue to involve our community in the things that that they are looking for and that are happening in our city. And there's one other thing I see on our schedule, on a lighter note, on June 20th, in case anyone's wondering, there's an ukulele jam at 9 a.m. at the Parks and Recreation Building. That is tomorrow morning, so if you have a ukulele, show up there. And
Mine's hanging on the wall.
okay, well, you've got a few hours' notice. You've got 12 and a half hours' notice. That brings us to the consent agenda, and I would like to ask our city attorney to read the consent agenda, please.
Resolution number 3054, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to execute a consultant contract with Pivot Architecture for the design of the Smart Facility Expansion Project. Resolution number 3060, resolution to allocate community enhancement funds for fiscal year 2023-2024. Resolution number 3066, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing acquisition of the fourth group of property and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor Project. Resolution number 3072, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville acting through its South Metro Area Regional Transit Department authorizing the fare reduction on Route 1X in coordination with Salem Area Mass Transit District to enhance the equity to all passengers. Resolution number 3074, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement contract amendment with Carollo Engineers for the wastewater treatment plant master plan project, capital improvement project number 2104. Sponsor tax reimbursement agreement, regionally significant industrial sites, and minutes of the June 5, 2023 City Council meeting.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been read. Do I have a motion to approve?
Wait a minute. So on the minutes, I have a comment. Can we bring it up? Or do I bring that up after you vote?
If you have a revision that you need to make, it needs to be pulled off consent.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
So
you don't have to do a motion to pull it off consent. If there's that'll just be taken off the consent agenda. So the motion to approve the consent agenda will be for all items read except the minutes. And then that'll be the first new business item you take up.
Could I ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as read with the exception of the minutes?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. And at this point, I'm going to propose asking for a motion to approve the minutes, and then we will hear the correction under discussion.
Well, if we'll go into new business, and the first item will be the minutes of the June 5, 2023 City Council meeting. Okay. And if you want to call on Councilor Berry to note the change, then we can do a motion to approve with whatever amendments may need to be made.
Okay. All right. And that will be fine. Okay, so now we'll go to new business, starting with the minutes of the June 5th, 2023 City Council meeting. I would like to ask Councilor Berry to note a correction that you've found.
So the mayor was excused and Council President Ackerville called the meeting to order rather than Fitzgerald.
Thank you.
So for the record, we're talking after call to order, roll call, pledge of allegiance, the changes in the second sentence, instead of saying Mayor Fitzgerald, it'll read Council President Ackerville called the meeting to order at 7:06 p.m. So if somebody wants to make a motion, they could just make a motion to approve the minutes with the amendment as read into the record.
May I have a motion to that effect, please?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as with the changes read into the record.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? All Well, thank you for finding that. I looked at that, but it didn't jump out at me. So seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to resolution number 3059 under new business. Would you please read the resolution?
Resolution number 3059, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville approving a civil exclusion policy for city facilities.
And we're going to have a staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Amanda Guile-Hinman, City Attorney. And while our law clerk, Megan Adams, is getting everything set up, I do want to take a moment to introduce Megan Adams to Mayor Fitzgerald, since you weren't here for the last meeting where she got to present on this issue. So Megan has been with the city now since May, comes from us from Willamette University Law School, finished up her second year, and this is the summer between her second and third and final year at law school. So tonight, Megan's going to be leading the presentation. We do have some notes of some additional changes that have been made. You have a revised version on your desk, but on the dais, but I do have a couple additional changes that I will highlight at the very end as well. So to make sure we're clear on a potential motion. Sorry. How was it not? Oh, okay. No, you're fine.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and members of the council. My name is Megan Adams, and I'm going to talk to you guys about the civil exclusion policy reform. We've made some changes since the last meeting, so we're just going to kind of emphasize those, and as well as go over kind of the goals of the policy. So with the reform that we're proposing is to define conduct that represents significant disruptions. These vary in a 3-tier form. So there's personal disruptions, property disruptions, and then criminal violations. And the severity of each violation allows like a scale of the exclusion that will follow based on the offense. This policy offers guidance for patrons, for both city facility employees and patrons, and provides flexibility for city employees to impose short-term exclusions, whereas the current policy currently has a 30-day minimum. And this also just allows city employees to issue these citations and have the flexibility to do so without involving law enforcement immediately. So the mechanics of the reform policy use an exclusion scale, like I was kind of saying earlier. It ranges from a warning for the remainder of the day being excluded to up to 1 year, in addition to any criminal penalty that may be applicable. And this offers the flexibility to issue the exclusions as necessary on a case-by-case situation, as opposed to just a prescriptive amount. And the goal of this is to create uniformity citywide with a comprehensive form for the exclusion itself. Based on the council feedback, we implemented a few revisions, including a flexible appellate procedure. We know that was a concern, so we now have the mechanics for 2 different avenues to appeal. There's a municipality option for directly to the municipal court, and then there's also the opportunity for someone to appeal to the city manager, and the steps to do so are illustrated on the notice of exclusion, which are provided at the time that the offense is committed, and if not, at the earliest convenience when the employee who recognizes the offense was committed can give the notice. As well as we recategorize specific offenses to the more appropriate tier based on the feedback that was provided at the last meeting, and we increased the exclusion period for the more serious criminal offenses to range from, I think, the current or the previous policy was that we had it for up to 30 days, but it has now been extended to a year, depending on the crime committed. And then just to also add some of the revisions that we've received based on feedback, we clarified specific offenses for 22 to 24, 27, 37 to 40, and 43, which these were just clarifying that the immediate exclusion that resulted in any of these offenses, which are criminal violations, would be an exclusion for the remainder of the day, and it would not allow for a warning to be given first.
Yeah, so the change there previously read that there was that I think it read immediate exclusion, no warning, but didn't say that it was for the remainder of the day. So we just added the clarification that it's for the remainder of the day. So I will just briefly go over some additional comments that I got from Councilor Linville of some proposed changes. Under written notice, which is on page 2, it discusses that the notice shall specify items A through G. For item D, I am recommending that it change from identify the provision of law to identify the conduct violation, and that's consistent with the defined terms that are in the policy. Conduct violation is a defined term. So that's the first proposed change. The second proposed change is on page 3. It's under the appeal to city manager, and it'll also apply to the appeal to municipal court, is that where it reads, the city manager will rescind the exclusion upon a showing that, 1, it was more likely than not that the excluded individual did not commit the conduct violations. A new 2 that reads, extenuating circumstances warrant reducing or dismissing the exclusion order, and then the original 2 will be renumbered to 3. And the reason for that, as Councilor Linville and I discussed, and Councilor Linville can clarify her comments, was basically that there could be circumstances that with new information that's provided to the city manager or the municipal court, that perhaps the length of the exclusion or having the exclusion at all maybe wasn't warranted because of some extenuating circumstance that wasn't known at the time. So it basically gives a little bit extra flexibility to that appellate person or body, to make a judgment call, give them a little bit of flexibility there. So those are there was a scrivener's error that we can correct without a council motion to that effect that I will be clarifying, where in number 36 it says R, but it should read area, so it's just missing an A. So we'll correct that scrivener's error. But with that, just to reiterate, that this is really coming from feedback that we got from staff as we were going through our camping regulations, although it's not a direct response to camping. When we were talking about some incidents that we're seeing both in our parks and at some of our city facilities, where there's this gap between, an individual where maybe you just need to have a conversation with them and then they're fine, whatever, it's de-escalated, and then individuals where we have to have a police response and they're getting excluded for 30 days. There's a gap missing, and the staff really are feeling like they need some tools where they may be able to step in and issue an exclusion order without having law enforcement present just yet. So also as implementation steps, I'll let the council know that we are developing it's a fillable PDF, but also we've also heard from staff, it's nice just to have a paper copy ready to be filled out of an incident form. So that will document what happened and then also document if an exclusion order was issued. And then if an order was issued where it's more than just the remainder of the day, they will get that form that reads how they would be able to appeal that decision. So those forms will be consistent citywide, and then we're creating an email distribution list, so that way if an exclusion order is issued, that information is then shared with specific individuals in the city. I will also get a copy of that, so that way our front desk staff at every city building will know that a person's been excluded, as will some of our parks, designated park staff. So that way the information's being shared. And at this point in time, we don't currently have a huge need for this, but so there may be, we find as we're going along, there might be more implementation steps we need to take, but we feel like at this point in time, based on the number of incidents that we're having right now, that this sort of level of consistent forms and an email distribution list should be sufficient for documenting and knowing kind of what's going on at the different city facilities.
So I have a question. I'm probably just not seeing it, but it looks like even down into the 20 through 29, 30 numbers, that it's 180 days, not 2 years. Where's the 2 years coming from?
The one, there's a, up to a year is what we have for an exclusion.
Where is that? Is it in the narrative part and not in the individual?
Oh, yes. So there is one, it's 28, I can see there's one, 28, 30, 31, 34, have them.
It's 1 year, but not 2 years, right? Did I miss?
Correct.
2 years?
The 2 years is if it's repeated in, it's basically where the 180 days apply. If the offense is repeated in 2 years, or any offense, is where 2 years comes into play.
I think it's under number 35, if within 2 years before the date of the present exclusion.
Yeah.
And that language about the if within 2 years comes from our current code, civil exclusion code. So that's where that, if within the 2 years, if repeated violations occur, that's our local code basis to be able to have that length of time.
But it still, even at that one on 35, it still says 180 days. It doesn't say 2 years.
Right, not all of them say.
I see the ones that say exclusion 1 year, like 31, 34, but I thought maybe I was missing something, and I didn't see any that said 2 years on it.
There's no exclusion that's 2 years.
Okay. All right.
And to be clear, this is in addition to any other court orders or other types of enforcement that could exist. This also is in addition to what Clackamas County can do under its civil exclusion or its exclusion policy.
Sure.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I really appreciate that the tiers were, that we put them in tiers so that conduct violations that were less severe have different sanctions than do the others. So I appreciate that.
And one of the things, this was actually prior to, I think this was prior to the initial draft that did go out to council, but we did add language about, in the sort of the exclusion generally language, that staff have the flexibility of going up to those times. Yeah. So it may be, maybe somebody doesn't need 30 days, maybe they need 2 weeks, that staff, again, has that flexibility to make that determination.
Yeah, and just an example of why I felt it might be helpful to have, situations, the ability to look at circumstances that might, I'm just thinking, if somebody's having diabetic reaction or a medication problem, and they've taken care of it, or it was an illness or something like that, it allows that flexibility, because they did do it. It's just there may be extenuating circumstances. So
thank you. So with those questions brought up and discussed, following this copy that we had on our desks.
Right. So
are we prepared to vote on this?
Yes, I think, that's your determination, yes. But I think if you're asking what a motion might look like.
Well, I wanted to ask the council, we'll keep this in the clarifying questions part of the meeting, because we do have specific ways that we do these questions and that we discuss things in each part of our agenda. And so recognizing that, Attorney Guile Hinman, before I ask for the vote in the clarifying questions section of this, I just wanted to ask the counselors if you have enough information from our discussion here to vote on this.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add in the staff presentation?
Nothing further to add on the staff presentation part.
Then with that, thank you. I will ask for a motion on resolution number 3059.
So can I make a recommendation on the motion language? Yes. So we're clear in the record. So what I would envision a motion to look like is I move to approve resolution number 3059 with the Exhibit A distributed today and the amendments to that Exhibit A as read into the record.
Do I have a motion to that effect?
I make a motion to that effect.
Motion has been made and do I have a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been made as read by our city attorney and seconded. All those, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this, both of you.
Thanks.
Now that brings us to continuing business and following our procedures in our protocol manual and our charter. We are going to have a public hearing on ordinance number 880, and I appreciate having a script provided by our city attorney guiding our procedure. And I will read that tonight we will have a public hearing to consider on first reading ordinance number 880. This comes to us as a recommendation from the Planning Commission. The order of procedure for tonight's hearing is set out in detail in our city code. In brief, we will start with a staff report. Next, the public will be asked to provide testimony. I will ask everyone who signed up in advance to testify first in the order in which they signed up. Then I will ask if anyone present in council chambers would like to testify. And then I will ask anyone who is on the Zoom meeting who has not testified but would like to testify to do so. After each person testifies, councilors may pose questions to me to be addressed by the person who testified or to staff to clarify any information that was conveyed in the testimony. Once the City Council has heard from everyone and the City Council is satisfied, it has all the information it needs to render a decision, the public hearing will be closed. Council deliberates and I will announce the result. We wish to hear from everyone who wants to testify. However, we request that you refrain from repeating testimony already given by someone else. If you agree with what someone before you has said, but you want to ensure you have legal standing in the public record, please provide your testimony indicating that you concur with what has been previously said. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. We will time the testimony and provide you with a visual warning and an audio warning when there is 1 minute remaining. Since this is a legal process for considering a land use decision, we need you to state your name and address for the public record.
Mayor, before you declare this public hearing open, can I read the title of the ordinance?
Yes.
This is the first reading of ordinance number 880, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville adopting an updated transit master plan as a sub-element of the transportation system plan, replacing all prior transit master plans and repealing ordinance number 805 and ordinance number 828.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. Will the staff please provide the staff's presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is, I'm Kelsey Lewis. I'm your Grants and Programs Manager in the SMART Department, the Transit Department. And we're here to talk to you today about our new Transit Master Plan update. I have with me 2 consultants who are here with us on Zoom, and they'll be giving the presentation for the most part with me. So, Michelle, one of our consultants, is going to be pulling up the presentation. And while she's doing that, I'll just introduce the 2 of them. Michelle, did you have something?
Oh, no, I just did something funny to my display, so I have to redo it. Just a moment.
Okay, well, I'm going to introduce our 2 consultants. Michelle Poirot is here from Jarrett Walker and Associates. And Brenda Martin is here from Enviro Issues. And I can...
One more time.
Great.
Okay. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you can go to the next slide. So just a quick rundown of what we're doing here in this presentation. I just introduced to you the team. We'll talk a little bit about the process that we've done up to this point, talk a little bit about the public engagement process, the highlights of this draft master plan that is before you, and talk about your questions and comments, and any public questions or comments. Go to next slide. As I mentioned, that is the team. We also have folks who helped us with our capital planning and fleet operations. Go next slide. So this is where we are in the process. We're right towards the end. We started the process last spring in 2022. We had our first round of community engagement, developed concepts, ideas for how to put together a new master plan. We built in the operational and capital needs, so essentially the people and the bus needs that we have. We did another community, after we had a draft master plan, we did another round of community engagement. And during this process, of course, we met with the Planning Commission, and now we're here before you today. So at this point, I'm going to have Brenda talk to you about our public engagement process.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Brenda Martin. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a project manager at Enviro Issues. I assisted Kelsey and the team in conducting public engagement throughout this process. We started off by that first round and first phase of engagement in the fall of 2022. We were able to update our project website with information that included our community survey that received over 200 responses, 185 of them in English and 25 of them in Spanish. We also did an operator survey that was conducted to ask operators their experience on transit. We did in-person tabling events throughout the summer of 2022, including, I believe, nearly 10 in-person tabling events where we had dot maps and exercises to ask people where they like to go on SMART and where they wish they could go on SMART. And finally, we also hosted a stakeholder workshop in September of 2022 that was attended by 18 participants in the evening, where they got to see a presentation and also participate in their own creation of a transit system for Wilsonville, and having to consider some of the trade-offs that come when trying to plan a transit service, in terms of frequency versus span versus distance. So that is the photo there is a photo of the event. We had representatives from the housing community, senior centers, the community college, Clackamas Community College, a planning commission member, and somebody from the Wilsonville Westland School District. So really what we heard was pretty, all around, both the survey and at the workshop, is that we heard that people would really want us to add some weekend service, especially on Sundays. There are people who are trying to take transit outside of those kind of essential traditional commute hours. They're also looking for adding earlier and later service, so earlier in the morning and later in the evening, and so that transit can span a longer time of the day. We definitely heard about regional connections that were desired by the community to different areas outside of Wilsonville, and then, of course, continuing to maintain the coverage that SMART is already offering today. So people like the service they have, they just kind of want it to kind of be upped a little bit more. And so these priorities were given to Michelle and Jarrett Walker, and they were able to take them and create their recommendations in the Transit Master Plan.
Thank you, Brenda and Kelsey. So I'll describe the proposals that went into the draft Transit Master Plan, which are now before the council. And towards the end of my presentation, I'll also touch on the changes that were made in response to comments from the public on the draft and in response to comments from the Planning Commission on the draft Transit Master Plan. So the highlights of the transit master plan, this draft as proposed is more frequency on routes, better regional connections, new connection points inside the city and outside the city, a regional customer service center, and improved weekend service. And I'll talk through some of these in more detail. Also, additional dial-a-ride capacity and hours, some of which is to meet ADA requirements to go along with fixed route expansions, and some of which is just to add capacity at times when dial-a-ride is likely to be busy. Low and no emissions buses, which is a process that SMART has already been undertaking for years to transition to a low and no emissions bus fleet. So the 2028 proposed network is shown in this map. It's the same map. I just zoomed in a little bit to show the center of the city better. And I'll talk through each of the routes in turn quickly, but the basic idea is that the frequencies of routes inside the city would be improved so that you have a network available for north-south and east-west travel coming at least every 30 minutes. And that 30-minute frequency would be available all day on weekdays, which is a more consistent, good frequency than is available today on the network. I'm happy to come back to this if there are any questions about details. Route A, proposal for Route A is very similar to your existing Route 1X. In fact, it's except for some details of routing in the center of Wilsonville, it's the same as Route X, but with better frequencies. So this little table at the top of the screen here, it represents the proposed approximate frequency, and this would be 30-minute frequency, so maximum wait of 30 minutes between buses in the morning and evening rush hours, and then consistent hourly frequency all day through the midday. And here's a big proposal, all day Saturday and Sunday frequency as well. And this would, of course, have implications for Chariots, who's your close partner in providing the Route 1X service. And you obviously would have discussions with them about whether they can or want to advance a weekend 1X service in lockstep with you, or if there's a different way to add weekend service on that route. Route B was proposed, and I should mention we're using letters just because we don't want to confuse anyone about, are we talking about the existing two or the proposed two? So we're using letters for the proposed routes that don't exist today, just to keep them straight. So proposed Route B would connect Wilsonville and Tualatin and Tigard. It's a little bit like the 2X. Route B would offer an all-day 30-minute frequency Monday through Saturday and hourly service on Sunday. And the purpose of Route B is to do lots of different things to offer service that's useful for many different kinds of trips made by many different kinds of people. So it's not just a commuter express, and it's not just a shopper, and it's not just taking people who work in the malls to their jobs. It's doing all of those things at the same time. Starting at the north, the connection in Tigard to the Tigard Transit Center, we think will be very useful to many different kinds of people, commuters going to work in Washington County, people going to Washington Square Mall, people headed to Portland because this is where they would pick up the bus to Portland that goes on Barber Boulevard, as well as people going to and from Tigard, obviously. And even Yamhill County, that's where the Yamhill system sort of plugs into the Portland metro area, is Tigard. It would make a couple of stops in Tigard and then also in Tualatin, for example, at Bridgeport Village, and then go express on the freeway. And then it would do local service in Wilsonville so that people can also use it for shorter trips within the city. Anyway, like I said, 6 days a week, 30-minute frequency. This is the kind of frequency that people can start to build their life around without having to depend on a very infrequent schedule. And they can do a mix of things like going to work and going to shop and going to see friends on a route with that kind of frequency. Proposed Route C would go from the center of Wilsonville to Canby, very much like just exactly like Route 3 today, 3X, except we're proposing a better frequency hourly, all day long on weekdays and Saturdays as well. Not only rush hours, but all day. Proposed Route D, this is very new. This is really an idea that SMART staff have been generating and growing for multiple years, which is to run a route from Wilsonville across the river with a stop in Oregon City, and then connect to the many, many places you can reach from the Clackamas Town Center and Clackamas Transit Center. So this would be local service on your Wilsonville Road, like today's Route 4. So this is the route that students going to school could use and people going to shop at Fred Meyer could use. But also it would continue then north on Stafford Road. It would make a few stops in West Lynn. It would stop in Oregon City, where it connects with TriMet service, and especially TriMet service up to Clackamas Community College's main campus, and then on to Clackamas Town Center, all the jobs and activities and transit connections in Clackamas Town Center. The proposed frequency is every 30 minutes during rush hours and every 60 minutes during the midday on weekdays, and also every 60 minutes on Saturdays. And I think as soon as you could expand this to Sundays, you would get ridership as a result, because this is a route that would be very relevant for people who are commuting on weekends to retail and service and healthcare jobs, as well as people who are socializing and shopping and everything else. It would take advantage of the shoulders of I-205, which SMART has worked with ODOT to get approval to use those shoulders to speed buses around traffic. So that would be a real advantage for this route in terms of giving people a short trip. That's Route D. Proposed Route E would also connect the Wilsonville and Salem-Kaiser urban areas, just like Route A, like your 1X today, but it would stop in Kaiser, not go on to downtown Salem, and most importantly, it would stop in Woodburn. So this is a way to provide more service between Wilsonville and Woodburn. This also would be offered in conjunction with Chariot. So this is another route where the actual scheduling of this route should happen in partnership with Chariot, so that the two agencies together are offering a nice, even, comprehensive schedule. So what's proposed is every 120 minutes, every 2 hours. That's just to start. Certainly over time, you'd want to build up a higher frequency.
May I ask a question about this one?
Route E. Proposed Route F, this is another local route on Wilsonville Road. So I said earlier that Route D would be a local route on Wilsonville Road going east-west.
Michelle?
People could use it to go to school or go shopping. But Route D, because it's leaving the city and going all the way to Oregon City, Clackamas Town Center, you don't really want to take that intercity route through, like, the Fred Meyer parking lot. Because when you're taking people along the way, you really want to go as directly as you can while still stopping enough places that you fill your bus up with people.
Chat? Can you send her a chat?
Can you hear us? I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Me?
Yeah, the mayor had a question a few minutes ago, but I don't think you can hear us. Okay.
I didn't see that.
Thanks, Michelle. I had a question on the previous slide on Route G. That is in conjunction with, yes, I mean, that is the one I actually meant, I believe.
E?
I should have said E. Okay. You said it's in conjunction with Chariots, but I just wanted to ask, is SMART carrying passengers all the way to Kaiser, or do they pick up Chariots along the way?
SMART, with this route, you would be carrying passengers all the way to Kaiser.
To all these routes, okay. And then you connect with Chariots at the terminal end of that route. Okay, that's what I want. Thanks.
It would be in conjunction, that's probably not the right word. You'd be alternating trips with Chariots. The SMART would do one trip all the way to Kaiser and back, and Chariots would be doing another trip all the way to Wilsonville and back in between.
That explains it. I just wasn't quite sure what we meant by in conjunction, so that explains it. Okay.
Yeah, and I've seen them so I wondered about that.
I see them coming in. Okay, thank you.
I turned up my volume, so hopefully I will hear the next. I welcome interjections, obviously. Sorry I didn't hear you the first time.
That's okay.
Okay. So Route F, also providing local service on Wilsonville Road, but going into Villebois, which route the other Route D I described wouldn't do, going into the Fred Meyer parking lot to get people closer to the front door. And obviously there are other businesses there besides Fred Meyer. I'm just using that as a shorthand. Pulling into the city center and ending at the middle school. So So a little bit more of a squiggly route, but helping people make those local trips without a long walk. And this would have a frequency of every 30 minutes all day, weekday through Saturday, and hourly on Sunday. Route G would do a job that's currently done by routes 5 and 6, which is to get people to some of the employment locations on your north-south streets. It would connect Villebois, the West Station, 95th Street, Coffee Creek Correctional Institute on request and first thing in the morning. Also park on the east side of the Freeway Parkway and the town center. And because it's really focused on employment and also because ridership on these streets has been, with the exception of Villebois, but ridership on these north-south streets has been very low since the pandemic, we're only proposing a 30-minute frequency during a long rush hour period, 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. on this route. This is a summary of the frequencies in your current system. I shouldn't say current, 2022, last year. The colors here stand for frequency. Red means every 15 minutes or better. Blue means approximately every 30 minutes. Green means every 40 to 60 minutes. And then gray means worse than every 60 minutes. So this is the existing network, and this is what's proposed. So you can see that the base level of frequency would really be brought up, where only the Woodburn route would be offering a bi-hourly frequency. Every other route, especially all the routes that operate inside the city, would offer 60 or 30 minutes, and all of them but one would operate all day long. So the intention is to create a service that people don't have to do a great deal of planning to use. And also there's some resiliency in their travel. If they miss one bus, there's another bus. Or even with the 30-minute route, you know, they can do something open-ended like go shopping or go out to lunch and not have to be so careful about timing when they finish what they do around the departure of the bus. So a big increase in frequency. Also a big increase in weekend service and weekend frequencies. At the top is the 2022 frequencies. You can see, as you all know, you only have 3 routes operating on the weekends, the 2X, the 4, and the V, the Villebois shuttle. And what we're proposing, and which was enthusiastically requested and then responded to by the public, is to have 6 routes operating on Saturdays and 3 on Sundays. People's proximity to transit would improve. So how close are people to a bus stop in your service area, in your city? You can see on the left that you have, we'll do a little subtraction here. You have about 70% of residents close to a bus stop now, and that would get slightly better to 72% of residents. But you can see that also the gains among minority residents, also 2% gain among minority residents. And so not a huge change in proximity, but we're maintaining coverage. That was really important to people in the outreach. They wanted better frequency, but they didn't want to lose any coverage. You can't actually get much closer to residents with a bus. You're kind of going down all of the streets that are appropriate for fixed route transit. So there's not a lot of coverage to gain, but we were careful to maintain coverage in the process. Oh, sorry, I missed a point that I wanted to say, which is also a big gain in proximity to more frequent service. So you can see lower income residents, 36% of lower income residents are near a bus coming every 30 minutes or better. And they would now, 52% of your residents in poverty would be near a bus coming every 30 minutes. So overall proximity to service wouldn't change very much, but proximity to 30-minute frequency service would get quite a bit better.
There's a question?
2 questions.
2 questions. Sorry, I've been reading.
I'll go ahead and go for it. You okay? I'm not seeing a significant change in Charbonneau. Is there a reason that was not increased, considering we have a large senior population in Charbonneau?
He stopped the bus service there.
There was no ridership.
There was no ridership.
Well, very limited ridership.
So SMART offered, we offered a fixed route service, the Charbonneau shuttle, for, I want to say about a year. the ridership was extremely low. And what we did hear from residents loud and clear, and we heard it this round as well, was they're interested in dial-a-ride service. They're not interested in fixed route.
Well, and that's why I bring up that question, because I remember Councilor Linville at an earlier council meeting or work session brought up the last mile question. And that is an issue with a lot of the residents in Charbonneau. Is dial-a-ride still available to Charbonneau? Okay, great, thank you.
So my question is, what is the definition of near?
I believe, go ahead, Michelle.
This is counting as 1/2 mile, but that's 1/2 mile or less, but that's actual walking distance. So if you have to wiggle a little bit to get to the main street, counting all of those wiggles. So this is people who are less than 1/2 mile walk from a bus stop. So about 10 minutes or less.
Did you have a question? Go ahead. One other question about these kind of coverage, and maybe you're going to talk about it. So if yet, and if so, just tell me to hold on. And if not, I wonder if you could include some comments around. I noticed in the draft plan, so this is page 325 of our packets. I don't have the page number for the plan. I just have the page number for our packet, but it's in chapter 2, and it's talking about the service standard for coverage cited in SMART 2020 was that 85% of city residents should be within 1/3 of a mile of a bus stop. And then later, they're saying like that as a coverage standard, that this is actually very hard to do and maybe not actually able to get at some of the other goals too, right? So we're balancing all of these things about how close we are to, people's residences or businesses versus getting actually people on the buses and getting them there timely and, all the things, right? We got to balance all the things. But I was curious if staff had any information on where did this 85% originate, and like what is a good standard? What are we looking at now? I understand that this graph that we're looking at here on the screen that you're displaying, we're seeing how what percentage of the service area is near transit. So we're kind of talking around some of those pieces or, in that conversation, but I was just curious on that, what's the benchmark that we're looking at? I clearly can see that we're improving, but what's the benchmark that we really want to be going towards?
Yeah, I will comment on that, and then Michelle, if you have something to add, please do. That's a great question. You're talking about policy, about the underlying policy, and that's something that we do look at as part of this process. Typically, we honestly didn't look at that piece before we started building this and kind of noticed it later. And that is actually something that we're planning to review on a regular basis. It's part of our Title VI policy that we put together. And I had the same question. Where did we get that 85%? Where's 1/3? 1/3 is not a typical best practice. And so we did look at that, and we're actually planning to not redo, but improve, update our Title VI policy sometime between July and October of this year. We'll be doing that, and that's one of the things that we looked at. We probably, with some review and some public input, we're probably going to change that policy because it doesn't meet a current best practice that we know of, and likely our guess is that when we originally made that Title VI policy, we probably just looked at another organization nearby and copied that standard. it may have been changed in that agency since then, and it's due for an update, so.
I see. So in the plan where we're referencing it, I mean, I do see that we're kind of touching on it. That's very hard to meet, I think, as the quote, right? It's very hard to meet this, but I just wonder if we should give a little bit more nuance to that if we're calling it out in this plan and we foresee that this may be changed soon. Like, is there a bit more of an asterisk that needs to happen or something around there? I don't know, like, or
So is there a resolution for it in this plan?
The basis of this planning is really based on walkability within half a mile. It's not based on a third of a mile. We also looked, there's some, I want to say heat maps, but that's not quite the right word, in the plan that show kind of that walkability on a map graphic. And Michelle, if you want to talk a little bit about how you put that together. Some of the places where we say it's really hard to meet, particularly is near Memorial Park, that area. There aren't a lot of roads that a fixed route bus can go down that make sense. And so there's some things that are really just about our geography in town that make it difficult to meet that. Michelle, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, so that coverage standard that's cited in the plan is pointing out a standard that's in your Title VI policy. And actually, that's not a standard that you would normally set as part of a TMP. It's a standard you set as part of a Title VI policy. I'm not sure why. It doesn't make intuitive sense to do it that way versus the other way, but so be it. Your Title VI policy, you are going to revise soon. And so we've informed what will be in the proposed Title VI policy revisions by the work done in this Transit Master Plan update. So this issue will come up before you. I'm not up to date on the schedule, but it's going to come up to you again in a future meeting when you revise your Title VI policy. That 85% within a third of a mile is it's not appropriate for your city. It does not work with your street network.
So if I could just see if we're in a good place here, it sounds to me like we've got it covered because we're dealing with half a mile in our plan.
Yeah.
Is that what we've recognized? And that we will use that half mile and go back and recalibrate the Title VI later?
It seems, though, from what Council President Ockervall's concern was, that would it not be appropriate to recognize in this plan, if you're going to reference that is from that other plan, which is anticipated to be under review soon, so that it clarifies that we're not saying that that's what it should be in this plan.
I just didn't want it to turn into like this circular thing, that then when we're revising the Title VI, they were like, oh, but this is our plan called out that we're looking at a third and 85% is our goal or something. But if this plan in its entirety is kind of paving for the revision of the Title VI, then, and not directing or something, do you know what I mean?
But on page 325, it does say that it's illogical. Is it possible to add a reference that the Title VI will be adjusted?
Like, or that we anticipate, yeah, like an asterisk or something, we anticipate this may be adjusted after review, or so, I don't know, something like that. I wonder if that would make sense and just kind of take into consideration all the pieces that might be moving around here, so that when the Title VI comes up, it's not asserted that, oh, this shouldn't be changed, because we just produce this plan that's referencing an 85% or something. I don't know. I know that it does say that it is very hard, an 85% within a third of a, I'm quoting, 85% within a third of a mile walk is a very hard to meet, especially for a low-density city. That's what it says. So it's acknowledging that there may be a flaw here. I just wondered if it should be a little underscored or something.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we can add a reference that.
We do very hard things all the time, but this one might not be one that we want to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for adding that reference.
Okay. I'm just making a note of that. Okay, so let's see. I was talking about proximity to transit on weekdays, and then I can also show similar information for proximity to transit on Saturdays. Your existing proximity is at the left and proposed is at the right, and with the addition of some new routes at both 30-minute frequency and 60-minute frequency, you'd be covering about 20 percentage points more of your residential population on Saturday. We did this for Sundays, but I'm not including it in the presentation because it's more on the same theme. I want to go now to the non-service aspects of the plan. So a quick summary of capital infrastructure and programs and operations that are recommended. Certainly improvements to transit vehicles and infrastructure. Adding more service requires acquiring more vehicles. That is not always completely under your control. You may have the funding for more vehicles, but ordering vehicles right now requires a long wait because they're undersupplied in the U.S. Also, we're recommending continuing to have a mix of propulsion types in your fleet. So right now you have a mix of diesel and CNG and electric, and we're recommending you continue with electric and probably CNG. You have some very long routes that will be a little bit complex to electrify, although not impossible. There is also vehicle-related infrastructure that's needed, including, not least of all, the maintenance yard, which, as you know from your other agenda item, is already underway to do planning for the maintenance yard. An expanded maintenance yard is needed to have a bigger fleet of vehicles, which is needed to provide more service to people. We're also recommending something that's a little bit of a new idea, but we think it's very in keeping with the planning work that's been done in the city for the town center, which is to have a very small transit terminal facility in your town center. And when I say, I have to say really small, because I know people picture like a transit center with a big park and ride and, lots of related facilities. But for this plan to work really well and for transit routes to take people to places they want to go, it would be very helpful if you could end a couple of routes in your town center, which means having a place to park a bus and a place for the operator to use a restroom and maybe have a lunch. It also means having a nice bus stops for passengers. So that's quite a small facility, but it is a bit of an investment and requires a little bit of planning and working with your partners with SMART's partners in engineering and public works. And that could be really any number of places close to Wilsonville Road on the east side of the city. So laid out some details about advice about where to locate it and how to locate it. But we think it's very much in keeping with the planning that's been done for the town center renewal. You would certainly need additional personnel, of course, more people to drive the buses, but also more people to supervise the people who drive the buses, more customer service staff to support the regional customer service center, but also to support additional passengers, additional dial-a-ride passengers. You would also need additional maintenance staff to maintain the buses, and so on. And then I mentioned the Regional Customer Service Center. That's both a facility and a program. It's a facility that houses the staff and the materials, but it's also a program that's to not just SMART service, but service in the North Willamette Valley or South Metro area with your partners. Next, I want to talk about next steps. I'm sorry. Nope. We don't have very many next steps, and I'll talk about those later. I'm going to talk about what we changed before we got to the draft that you're seeing today. One thing that Planning Commission asked us to change is to be a little more present with the financial information. We had it sort of buried at the end of the document, which wasn't intentional, so we added it to the executive summary. We also incorporated the existing conditions report into the document itself, which had the effect of making a little bit more visible some past information about ridership and cost per ride that people were curious about. We did some additional math that Planning Commission asked us to do, estimating the total operating costs if all of the service increases are implemented. And then we, of course, went through and fixed the small errors and typos that very helpful close readers provided us with information about. So with that, I will stop and see if you have any questions. And the next step at this point, I believe, is your public hearing.
So we heard about one comment to be added, reference to be added. Any other questions, comments or questions? Okay.
I just have one comment, and that's regarding the filling of the gap with this new plan when Wes is not running. And I did see that there, it appears that we're depending less upon Wes going forward, that an individual can get directly from Wilsonville all the way up to the Tigard Transit Center to get into Portland, or, virtually any of these major areas in the area. I like the fact that it's running in non-West hours. I am questioning whether or not the ridership will be there.
Michelle, do you want to talk about that?
I can. It's very hard for anyone to make ridership forecasts right now, although, to be honest, it was very hard for people to make ridership forecasts in the past. If you go back and check up on all the forecasts, they mostly didn't come true. But we can learn from the cumulative experience of a couple of transit agencies in the U.S. over the last 20 years who have found that single investments in single routes or single lines are extremely hard to predict the effect of those. But a network-wide investment that makes transit frequent and available all day, every day, it's very easy to predict what will happen if you do that. That increases ridership very reliably. So if you make, pick one line and put a bunch of service on it, I won't make a prediction, and no one should make a prediction about what will happen. But the agencies around the U.S. that have increased their transit ridership in the last 15 years are the agencies that built up frequency, not just at rush hours, but all day long, and especially on weekends, and also run buses later into the evening and early in the morning. So they're attracting riders who commute outside of the peaks, who want flexibility and resilience in their daily plans, who travel on weekends, and who aren't willing to wait very long to take the bus, or aren't willing to plan their trip around, a departure that doesn't happen very often. And that turns out to be a lot of people. And so that's the advice I can give, and the knowledge I can give, which is that I can't tell you what the ridership result would be from just that route in isolation, but I am confident that implementing a network like this, where you've improved frequencies and the bus is there for people all day, every day, and at better frequencies, you would see an improvement in ridership over the long term.
Could I just wanted to add something to that. I didn't want to, my impression is this plan is not reducing reliance on Wes, is my interpretation. We are focusing on Wes. We are advocating to take Wes all the way to Salem. But, so we want that to work better. And so do other agencies. And so I think what I might be hearing you saying, Michelle, is that by while you can't predict transit, but by adding more reliability, more frequency, more options, that's how you get more riders, period. Is that kind of help? Or is that part of it?
And also by making West part of a more frequent and better connected
system.
network.
Okay.
So West only goes four places. So, but if at each place that West goes, there are more ways without a long wait that someone can get further in a reasonable amount of time.
You'd be more apt to use it.
Makes West more powerful, but also makes your local network more powerful. And the more that West is something that people can take not just for a certain type of commute at a certain time of day, but for any kind of trip. Or if they can take West at rush hour, but then in the evening there's a West bus that takes them home, that makes the whole network more powerful. So absolutely, frequency and good frequency, long hours of service, 7 days a week is a very reliable recipe for increasing ridership and the relevance of transit in a community.
Okay. Council.
I did have a couple other things that I wanted to mention. In my review of the plan, there's a lot of details. There was many pages to this plan. There was a lot of details. I think that, perhaps some of our community members may be thinking, okay, what does this mean for me, right? How would this directly affect me? And just to call attention to a couple specific places in the plan that I found were helpful. On page 353 of our packet, there's a section of sample trips, and it kind of gives a before and after look to these sample trips. And it, talks about how long you might have to spend walking or, getting between the transit places. It talks about how long you would be waiting and how long total trip, kind of a thing, right? It also talks about the transfers, the number of transfers. And one thing, and of course, these sample trips, we're not covering every option, in these sample trips. But one thing that impressed me on reviewing these before and afters was how few transfers there is in the after look. That many of these, or all of these, that there was no transfer with these improvements. So I wanted to call attention to that piece because I thought that was impressive. Actually, I take that back. There was one transfer on one of these, but many of them there was no transfers. Another detail that I wanted to call out is on page 362. There is a section, minimum required paratransit area, and so this is again kind of looking like a before and after. And on this map, the light green, as I understand, is the existing service area, and then the darker kind of evergreen or something color is an after, right? So I was curious or concerned, what might we be losing, or what is included in that light green that doesn't transfer over to the new plan. However, I noted that in the report, it was called out that looking at past demand response trips in that light green area, that there weren't any trips that began or ended in that area. So it's not like we're cutting off service to people that are wanting to have that service with these changes. So I wanted to call out those details because I think that's really important for our community members who are using it. What does this actually mean for me? What changes might I expect for my individual situation? Because there's a lot of details in this plan. One question that I did have, and I don't know if you have any reflection during this entire process or more information to share, it's really more kind of out of curiosity. But I noticed that in some of the materials, let's see, this is going to page 327, and the chart in directly above 326, Sherwood is called out as a place of interest for connections, and it says that Sherwood was the most often requested location from the map.exercise. So maybe you can give a little bit the specific population did this map dot, maybe is really into Sherwood or something. Because then on another graph later in the report, we're looking at some of the jobs or trips between the two different communities, and in that instance, Sherwood didn't pop out as, so what's the interest in Sherwood? Like, why are people wanting to go to, have we uncovered that? What are those needs, or was it just kind of unique to that activity?
That's a great question. We were a little bit surprised by the Sherwood popping up. And that was a dot exercise that we did during tabling events. So when we were out, say, farmers market, concerts, summer activities. So it also was like from a survey perspective, it was a small sample size. So it was a smaller group of people, fewer people than took the survey. So yeah, for whatever reason, there was definitely a higher percentage of people than we have seen before asking about Sherwood. This popped up in our results early in the public engagement process, so we were really listening for it after that and didn't hear it as much later on. So it's still there. There's definitely still some folks who would like to go to Sherwood, and we're, like I said, keeping an eye out for that, or an ear out. But it doesn't pop up as much in our overall results, nor does it pop up as much in employment centers or larger movements of people.
Thanks for the detail.
Okay, so we're still on the section in our hearing for this, asking if any counselors have any questions for staff, and then I'll go to public testimony. So before I go to public testimony, are we covered? Okay. For public testimony, we will start with the people who have signed up in advance to testify. Please remember to include your name and address for the record. Staff of people who have signed up in advance, who was our first person to testify this evening?
We have no one.
And no one on Zoom. Thank you. I have no further questions from staff, and there is no one in the council chambers who wishes to testify. No one on Zoom. Does staff have anything further to add to the record at this time? Or, believe it or not, does the city council have any further questions? And I actually left out 3 chances to ask you again. No. So this is our chance to make sure we get all the information. So if no further testimony is forthcoming and no issues that weren't we have no further questions, everyone having testified, I hereby declare the hearing closed at 9:45 p.m. on June 19th, 2023. It is now time for the council to consider the resolution on first reading. Do I have a motion on ordinance number 880?
Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance number 880 on first reading.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
It has been moved by Council President Aukerball and seconded by Councilor Linville to adopt ordinance number 880. Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing no further discussion or commentary, I will call for a vote on the motion. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0 on first reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle and Brenda and
you.
Kelsey.
Kelsey. I'm sorry, Kelsey. It's 9:46.
You're smart representative. That's fine.
Okay. And so that brings us to nearly the end of our meeting for city manager's business.
I just wanted to echo Councillor Dunwell's comments about Ms. Slaughter's speech. And I think it just shows the value of the DEI committee and the great work they're doing. And the DEI lecture series, it just allows an opportunity for people to present their perspectives in a way that doesn't blame or shame anyone, but it really kind of opens your eyes to kind of somebody else's unique walk in terms of the things they've had to experience. So I really enjoyed that a great deal. So I just wanted to compliment the DEI committee and my assistant Zoe for the great work they're doing. So, and then I just want to let you know I'm going to be out Wednesday through Monday on my annual golf trip.
Okay.
So I will have my cell phone if anything.
Hope you do well.
Major happens, but Ms. Troha will be your crisis counselor if you need anything. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. And any legal business?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I understand that the council wanted to get an update from the conversation that Assistant City Manager Gina Troha and I had with the Clackamas County staff on some of the implementation measures with regard to camping and connection to services. So Gina and I spoke with Vahid Brown and Lauren Adamski from Clackamas County last Monday. And so I'm just going to bring up a few bullet points, and then I'm going to weave in some of the implementation measures also as they relate with regard to what the city's going to be doing. So, you know, the kind of overarching question is, how do we connect people to services? So CHA, which is the Coordinated Housing Access Program, is the best way, and Clackamas County reiterated it, this is the best method to get people connected. There's really 3 ways of doing this. It's either through the phone, which Clackamas County is staffing up right now to get more people to answer the phone, so that way it's not going to a voicemail, that there's a live person who's answering it. They're working on staffing that up right now. The online intake form, so that's something that an individual can fill out by themselves. They are also looking to revamp that sometime in the September timeframe to make it a little bit more user-friendly, but that is also currently available online. But finally, the most effective way is through a CHA certified individual. As Lee Crosby from Wilsonville Community Sharing reported, she's going through the training tomorrow and will be CHA certified. So one of the things that we're working on when staff, particularly our code compliance or our police, our law enforcement, make contact with any individual experiencing homelessness, that we'll have an email distribution that can go out to Lynn from Heart of the City, Lee from Wilsonville Community Sharing, and then Helinda Chernal, I might be butchering her last name, but she is the outreach coordinator for Clackamas County. So Vahid and Lauren said she'd be the primary contact person that we would want to refer to if there's somebody that we need from Clackamas County to come out, or one of Clackamas County's contracted service providers, if it's something that Lee couldn't facilitate, or we couldn't give that information.
Regarding coordinated housing.
Yep. Yeah, so Coordinated Housing Access Program, just to reiterate, it's not just about housing, it's identifying what are the services people need, and then a group of service providers and county staff, a whole consortium of people come together every Thursday to go over that list of what are the services needed, and then, identify the highest priority need people and get them connected to services. So it might not be housing, it might be mental health services, addiction services, job training, whatever the case may be.
I recall that Thursday was the day that they described was the Built for Zero call, where everybody calls in. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's the CHA program. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying there's an individual in Clackamas County,
Helinda,
who we call when we need it?
So if David goes out, if David Valenzuela, our code compliance coordinator, goes out, there's somebody on city property at a time that's not allowed, or at a location that's not allowed, he's going to have educational information, a pamphlet with him that gives all the information for CHA. And he's also going to ask them, hey, can can we get you connected to services? We can then we'll have an email distribution list that will have Lynn, Lee, and Halinda from Clackamas County on that distribution list to provide that information to them as well, to try and get them to come out and make that connection, because we're not the individuals who have that information. Right. So that's how that would so David would provide that information to them, and we can also then make that connection through that distribution. We can provide the individual's information to the service providers or the Clackamas County staff who work in that field.
Okay.
So, like I said, okay, I already just touched on that. Other notes that I wanted to bring up is that as part of the camping regulations implementation, David, our code compliance coordinator, is going to have a modified schedule at the beginning of July, so he will start his workday at 7 a.m., so that way he can go out and make contact with any individuals who are in our designated camping areas to let them know about what the regulations are, and then also, give them the information about how to connect to services if that's something that they're interested in doing. Also, Clackamas County hosts a monthly housing community meeting to provide updates on everything that Clackamas County is doing with regard to housing. So we're providing this information to Lee and Lynn of how to get on the list for those meetings, and we're also planning to have either Gina or myself, or maybe both of us at least initially, attend those meetings. They're virtual meetings, so that way we can hear what Clackamas County is doing, and if any of the counselors are interested in that information to also attend those meetings, we'd be happy to pass that along. And then the final note, and my notes are not great on this, so I'm going over the notes I took about this, but I'm not sure if you all are familiar with 211. It's a phone number that you can dial that gives you information generally about things like housing and other types of services and how to connect to those services. Clackamas County noted that they're trying to go live this month with 211. My notes say that it would be offered from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. over the next few months, and what I'm discerning from that is that what they're trying to do is during the hours where there's maybe not staff readily available, that the phone number would be a resource for people to call, an easy resource to remember for people to call during those sort of off hours. But I don't want you to quote me on that or, go out and spread, hey, 211's the number to call, because my notes aren't great on that point. Let's see, the final thing that I think, okay, I think, Gina, was there anything else that okay.
Do you have an update on signage?
I had called no, the answer is no. It's been ordered, but one of the things that we're talking about doing, it's been ordered, I don't know when it's getting installed. I did ask, but I haven't gotten that update yet. But one of the things we did, David, Bill Evans, and I met about all the different types of material, like physical materials that we're going to have available. And one of the things that we talked about is, at least in our feedback that we got from our anonymous survey, is that a lot of our unhoused individuals do have cell phones because they talk about the need for charging them. So what we're going to provide, there was this question of, our signs will say where, this is a designated vehicle camping spot from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., something to that effect. What we're talking about potentially doing is adding another small sign that just has we're developing a QR code for the website, our website, that's going to have all of our information, that will have a QR code also posted, so that way people could scan it and get additional information just that way as well. Because we were throwing around all these different ideas of do we have pamphlets out there? And then we're saying, well, those are going to get removed so quickly. And then do we put up a sign? Well, like a big sign, kind of like you see at a campground, like an actual campground. And that didn't really seem feasible or timely. So we thought a QR code, at least for the immediate term, might be something that we could do pretty quickly, and a way for people to get information. So we're talking about adding, and that's something we could add to the signs that we're already making.
Well, thank you for all of that work, and July 1st is not here yet. I will say there's one piece of this that I'm still very committed to, and that is that when we watch the video with Adam Brown and Vahid Brown, and they talk about their agency colleagues who actually come to talk to people, and I am not losing sight of that or letting go of that.
Yes.
I know they need to hire people, but that is an important thing that our taxpayers have paid for, which are these skilled social workers who they describe in that video.
Yes.
And so I'm still very focused on that.
Yeah, and what I would say is they're trying to staff up, like, there is a shortage, we all understand that, and they are trying to staff that up. I think one of the things that we have been very good about is being very, being connected with them pretty regularly, and so, sometimes it's hard. Wilsonville is kind of seen as sort of this outlier, like we're removed from Oregon City and Milwaukee and these areas, and
we're not.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is it's easy potentially for others to lose sight of us, and so that by us constantly being in communication, I think what we're creating is a relationship there that particularly if we're seeing issues immediately, we're going to be able to.
Well, it's very important that they don't see us that way, because I realize they're hiring up, but that is not a view that I endorse at all.
I want to make sure that we're very clear on council expectations, that if council's expectation is that there is a dedicated person they have hired for Wilsonville, until they see a need for that, that's not going to happen. Okay.
I understand that. We had the meeting with them, and so I just, we haven't started this, but in order for this to work, we want to do what it takes for it to work.
Definitely.
So even though we're in this geographic location that we are, we're in Clackamas County.
Completely agree. Yeah, I think we take the gnats approach, and we just keep buzzing. And
maybe there will be no need for this, but I think they, I just don't want that part of it to slip away.
Yeah. Well, and I will say that Lee is very committed to doing the training and being available. And we've talked to Clackamas County about, again, reaching out to Lynn to get Lynn trained.
I'm also concerned that because Lee has a full-time role already, and so does Lynn. So I remember that the two Browns were very, very vocal that they would be there to assist us, and now I completely concur with you, Mayor.
We are part of Clackamas County, and so I will, be happy to have another meeting with them. We're right in there with every other city, and we'll see what our demand is, but there are some very good services that we heard about, and I would just want to make sure that the people who need them have access to them.
Do we need to adjourn before 10 o'clock?
If there's no further action, our meeting is adjourned.
Goodbye.